Hello, hello. Hey, welcome in, Proton Fig. How are you? Good to have you. How are things? Oh, what's this? Okay. It is a rainy day in Scotland. Hey, Rob Smith, how are you? Welcome in. How are things? Hey, Javier, what's the story? Oh, God, we're all eager today. How is everyone? Hope you're all well. Yeah, I've had a little bit of a break, but yeah. So there you go. Life is busy. The whole world is busy. It's yeah, that's just how it goes. But it's okay. I've got some time now. I've got some Amiga stuff in front of me. I've got some tea. Jesus, we might even have a beer later on. We'll see what happens. Anyways, yes. Have you recovered from from Kickstart, Rob? As I know, my liver probably still hasn't forgiven me. But it was a good weekend, though. Yeah, it was a busy one. All right, I was yeah, robbed. I like it. Yeah, no, I was a bit wrecked. All right, I was on holidays straight after Kickstart, so I went straight from Kickstart to Wales and met my wife and my son there, and so that was my actual holidays. There was a lot of juggling going on to try and get the Kickstart, get the holiday, sort out my wife's work, all that kind of stuff. It was all very complicated, but I made it work, and yeah. So, but it's sorted now, all good. Back to work tomorrow, unfortunately, but sure, these things have to be done. Yeah, yes, it worked out well. Yeah. So you were straight back to work then after Kickstart. That's a killer. So, Javier, the plan today is I had a message a little while ago from someone. I'm not even sure if they're here, but they were asking about doing some, like, basically some GAD tool stuff and how to do some GAD tool stuff in Blitz Basic. So I was going to just basically make a simple program that sort of lists some things and puts them in a list view and lets you manipulate that and control that. So that's the plan. It should be simple enough. But any questions or anything like that, as always, stop me, ask about it, because I don't know what people know or what questions people might have. So let me see, where are we going? So we have this. I'm also a little bit rusty because it's been a little while. So yeah, forgive me if I have to go rummaging a lot in documentation and things. But it's all good. Do you feel like I'd do with a beer as well, or first? But anyways, right. Yeah. So that's the plan. So what I plan to do is just make a little program, and I think in particular the email I got, or the message I got, was asking about listing, making a list of files. Excuse me. So so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a list view and have a couple of buttons that can manipulate the list view, and then a list of files. One ball in the wall here looks like this. Possibly. The thing is, this is from this is one of the Amiga OS 3.9 backgrounds, so it's official, if you like. But yeah, I can't remember. I know there is a sort of a definition for that somewhere. As in the actual the Boing Ball logo, and it probably is, I think, fewer layers or something like that. I can't remember. But anyways, this is well, not a virgin install, but quite a basic install of OS 3.9. But yeah, there you go. Okay, so yeah, so let's get started. So first thing is, yeah, fair enough. It's funny. It's like, because it's my dev environment, I haven't, or one of my dev environments, I tend to not touch them, so they're left as kind of as unmolested, if you like, if I'm allowed to say that, as possible. So I do have a couple of different machines with 3.9 on them that I use for the development, and this is WinUAE running this, and I kind of keep them simple, but I just like, because I'm just kind of using them as almost for work, I don't bother changing the backdrops on them, which is a funny way of doing it, I suppose. A Boing Ball demo. Oh, like a recreation of the original. Was it Proton Fig, or what was it? I'm not sure I saw it. Like the original, the famous Amiga, original Amiga demo. Oh, so like, so light sourced, is it? So yeah. Oh, very nice. Very good, very good. Cool. I'll have to check that out, actually. Yeah. Which was very effective, I have to say. But yeah. I'll have to check that out. Feel free to throw a link if you want, Proton. If you have it somewhere. Anyways, let me see. I might give another minute or so. Oh yeah, and people were asking me about. I was off for a little while. Well, not off. I was just had no time for streaming because I had a few things going on. But one of the things was I wanted to get a prototype of my latest hardware ready for Kickstart. So I did. I got it running the night before the show, and this is it. It's very simple looking, but that is my little remote controlled thing. So you can plug a keyboard in, like an original Amiga keyboard, Amiga 2000 keyboard or whatever, and 2 joysticks or mice or controller pads in there, and that's wireless. You see, so the receiver looks like this and just plugs into the ports on the Amiga, and there you go. And it's so simple as that. It's a full wireless setup that uses original things. So yeah, it got a go at Kickstart, and it got used for a Sensible Soccer tournament, and no one was able to well, not that no one was able to tell it was wireless, but no one had any complaints about lag or anything like that, which is good. I'm going to take that as a good thing, because there's, I would say, plenty of room for optimization. But that's something I can do now at my leisure. But yeah, so it seemed to go well. Thank you. I will check that out actually later on. That's a video of Proton Fig's Boing demo there. Okay. So yes, int main void. Right, here we go. WB startup is adds the startup code, so you can start the executable from Workbench. Not necessary, essentially, but what we do need to do though is to capture the Workbench screen, or grab the Workbench screen and assign it to a Blitz item, and that lets us, a Blitz object, and that lets us open the window on that screen. So WB to screen 0, that does that, and now the Workbench screen is Blitz screen object 0. Actually, I'm going to save this just in case there are crashes or whatever. I already have got to a stream test. I can't even remember what that is, but let's make this one stream test 2. Okay, so first thing we do, we have to define our gadgets, and then, well, no, we can open our window and then define our gadgets. Window, and what do we need for that? Window XY width height flags. So so let's do it at, let's see, XY width height let's make it 200 wide and 400 high. And then flags is flags are the OS flags for opening windows. They're the same in any languages, but I'm going to put them in a variable to make it easier to see, and because otherwise it makes the line way too long. Now, so they all begin with WFLG. And if you look at the standard Amiga documentation for any language, like the autodocs, it'll list all of these constants. They're the same in Blitz, except you need to add the hash symbol beforehand, and that's how it knows it's a constant. So constants, we have to look these up. Window flag. Does that work? Oh, it won't work. Oh, because I need to add compiler settings. You need to add Amiga libs. Editor font a bit bigger. Yeah, hold on. So I've done Amiga libs.res. I've added that as a resident, so now I can get all the standard Amiga defines. What I'll do is, I'm sure I did this before, and now I have changed it back, I think. But let me see. Editor, no, environment. Topaz 6 font. Helvetic is usually a safe one. That looks clear enough. 15, 13. Let's try 13. How does that look? Does that look better? Oh no, that was the editor. That was not the source. Source font. Oh, this has to be a prop font. So, what the hell is that one? Cold Dead. No, that's ugly. I'm gonna go with Courier 15. Is that better? It's funny because I changed the resolution a little bit smaller a while ago to fit more on the screen while I was streaming. So this is kind of circumventing that, but it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. What I'll do is I'll save that then, just in case. And so we'll come back to that. So window flags. So our window flags are so window flag activate, and we'll add that to can we add that? I thought that worked. Oh, it does work. Close gadget, we want our window to have a close gadget. We want it to have a depth gadget. Depth gadget, we want a drag bar. What else do we want? What else do we need? Drag bar. Has zoom? Well, close by resize? Resize? No? Size gadget, that's the one. And I think that should be it. So then, what other parameters do we need? Flags. So I'm assigning these flags to they're 32-bit words, so they're 32-bit long values. So I'm assigning them to a long variable. So it's important to do that, or you'll get all sorts of weird things happening. Now window flags. Okay, then titles. This view test. What else is there? Titles. Detail pen and block pen. These are old parameters. I've gone through them before. but they basically determine how the window looks under OS1, but they don't do anything under OS2 or 3. And so I think 1 and 2 are the standard values, but I can't remember for sure. But anyways, that's it. Let's see. Let's just give that a save, and then we do our main loop here. Just we'll leave a bit of space. Well, what we'll do is quit is equal to 0. Let's use false for that. Okay, so now this is basically our main loop. Wait event. EV is equal to wait event. And then so this is a message to say something's happened. So Windows being resized or whatever. So select EV. Select is the same thing as kind of a switch in case in C in other languages. So case and so like events are IDCMP flags. MP, and I can't remember what these are. So we look in our definitions browser. Close window. That's what we want. So this should just give us a window that opens and we can close it. There's our window. List view test. Oh, that's taller than I thought. Close that. So I'll make it a bit wider, will we? Yeah, leave it like that. That looks nicer. We can resize it, and that is it. So we'll do some debug output, and what we'll do is we'll so we can see our event when it happens. So now, give the debugger. Oh, yeah, it's outputting to the wrong window, but we can see here that things are happening. Like we resize, we get different values there. That's it, and that should be it. What we'll do is to get the debug output, we go back to, because when you open a window, the default output stream goes to the window you've just opened. So what we're doing with default output is switching it back to the shell, the console window. Now let's see if that's worked. And yeah, there we go. So you can see event 8 is a mouse button event. So I click on, click off, click on, click off. We can see that we can resize 02, 04. I can't remember which is which. 02, what the difference is. New size and refresh. Oh yeah, so the window has to be redrawn. So you get both those events when you resize the window. And okay, so there's our windows working. We detect an event and we find out which event it is, or not even find out which event it is, but we check the event for specific events we're interested in. So close window is clicking the close gadget, like this guy here. So we can do different things depending on, oh yeah, no, we're still running, aren't we? So let's not do that. So let's quit. Like, so we can add new size. And we just add a little debug just to show that we can detect events. And yeah, so we can see there window was resized and we get that message there. Okay. La 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 la. Okay. Okay. Can you have two case one below other and then one break? No. Are you talking about like in C when if you don't include break, the way one will continue into the other? You cannot do that. Basically, the break is implied by the next case. Yeah. So no, it doesn't. There's no such thing as a break in Blitz. So as soon as it hits the case, the previous case is finished. That's it. So so if you wanted to do that, yeah. So if you want to do that, you're probably better off using a go sub. So have two different, cases go sub to the same code. Then it's probably the simplest way to do it. But yeah, so it's an implied break. So it's a slightly different to switch. Yeah, and there's sometimes I would kind of like it to have that because I use that sometimes in C as well, just to fall through into the next one. So yeah, I think. Let me see if I have. I'm going to try something here. Where's mouse? Click mouse button. I'm going to try something here, just as an experiment because I'm curious about this now because I don't think I've tried this. Mouse button. So now, if we get a click for the mouse button, I wonder if we get window has been resized now. So I think that might be the way to do it. Let's see. It's not. And it's broken the resize as well. So we can't do an OR because I suppose that's doing an OR for that's ORing the values together and it's just checking a single value, so that doesn't work. Does it have an OR operator? Let me check the documentation in case. No. Well, let's try that and see. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. So that, I presume that just returns true or false then. So no, there isn't a way to do that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Anyways, what it does have is, what you do have is default. And that is so you can do something like that, and if you have like multiple you could use that, I suppose, for if you have multiple values that you want to find, so you can just filter out the other values that you don't want in cases and then use a default to do whatever you want separately. So now you can see that all the events trigger unknown event except for the resize one, which doesn't trigger the unknown event. If that makes sense. But yeah, so that default is kind of handy sometimes for some things, but it's not quite the same thing. Okay, so at least our window, that's the basic skeleton of our main loop. So what we're going to do now is set up our gadgets. So gadgets are so you've got intuition gadgets, you've got GadTools gadgets. GadTools gadgets are much nicer. They're kind of the modern OS2 look ones, and while they're still kind of primitive compared to some stuff like MUI and Reaction and kind of toolkits on other systems, GadTools is it's decent, and it's a hell of a lot better than Intuition, which is what the OS1 version is, which are even more primitive and they're horrible, and the colors don't match the OS2 color scheme, and yeah, so I generally just don't bother using them. So I'll use GadTools for this, and all the GadTools commands are like GT something. And what you do is you create all your gadgets, you give them a unique ID, and you give them a GadTools list ID. And a GadTools list is a group of all the gadgets together. So one window can have one GadTools list, or GT list, if that makes sense. So we've got let me see. Yeah, so yeah, okay, sorry. If that music's too loud, let me know. Sorry, I'm just going to turn down because it's very loud in my headphones. Okay, so Iconify gadget. Now, Iconify isn't available as part of the OS. It was added in OS 4. I'm trying to think if OS 3 has it. I think they've backported it, and so in OS 3 it's available, but the application has to add it. So, like, the OS applications have it, but you know, it doesn't automatically get added to old applications because you're kind of pulling the rug from under them, and it's not very nice to do that. So there are third-party patches that can do iconification as well. It's kind of a bit, I don't know if it's a bit hacky. Well, I suppose it is a bit hacky, but yeah, I think I think it's, yeah, it is something that's missing from the OS at this kind of level, and is only added relatively recently. So when I'm talking about gadgets, I'm not talking about the window gadgets like these guys here. I'm talking about the separate ones that have internal functions, like specific to your program, like these gadgets here. So we have to set up GadTools, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to define some constants up here, because you need a unique gadget ID, and you need a yeah, there are a few different ones. I think an MCP and multi-CX and things like that, I think, probably added those options as well as individual patches. Yeah, back in the day. But yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up some constants here for our gadgets, and just to define our gadgets. So actually what I like to do is I'll put that at the very top of the code. So we define some gadgets, or some constants like this. So so what we're going to do is this view is 1. Or what I'll do is a gadget list view, gadget views. Probably good to separate them with this thing, just in case there's some ambiguity with different functions and stuff. And gadget something like that. Okay, so there are 3 gadget IDs. They're unique, and we'll just use, like, I've used the ID 0 for the window. We're only going to have one window, so I'm not going to bother making up constants for that. And the same with the gadgets. So for the GadTools list. So GT button. GT list is 0, and the ID we're going to use use. Okay, so before we do that, we need to know what size we're making. Or so, because GadTools is a little bit primitive, we need to tell it the size. So there's our ID x, y. So we're going to put this 5 pixels in, and I'm jumping a little bit ahead here, but we want these, let's say, a use and reset button to be at the bottom underneath our list view. So we'll have our list of files here and a use and reset button at the bottom, if that makes sense. So to get the bottom of the window, especially if it's a resizable window, it's good. You can hard code it, so we can say our window's 400 high, so we'll put this at 350 down. Hey, Amiga Bill's illegitimate son, how are you? How are you? How are things? Here, were you at Kickstart? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember talking to you, actually. Was I talking to you? Apologies if I was. Anyways, yeah. Hope you're having fun. Hope the weather is a little bit nicer down there than it is here, which is a bit miserable. But yeah, so if we put this at a Y position of 350, that'll be, you know, most of the way down the window. And then width and height, we'll make it 120 and let's say 16 high. Ah, I see. Yeah, so okay, sure, you'd always just like, you know, join in. But no worries. Oh well, fair enough. Did you have a good time? It was. I think it was a good one. It was quite quiet on the Sunday, but it was crazy busy on the Saturday. I think there were a lot of people who were just hungover on the Sunday, including myself. With height now, with height and the texts is what the text goes in the button. Yeah. In some ways, it was kind of a blessing to have a quieter day on the Sunday, because you could have your hangover in relative peace. Yeah. The flags modify the layout of the button, or the function of the button. So place text in puts the text in the middle. You can also have it place text above, left, right, below, and in. Oh, I completely forgot about that. It's England and Spain, isn't it? Oh, I forgot about that. Ah, sure. I'm not that bothered. Ireland aren't in it, so. In the final. What? Semi-final today, wasn't it? Oh, right, yeah. Sorry. Yes. Have I missed a whole round? Yeah. That's a good question. GadTools is a bit of a pain in the ass with the sizes. All right, I have made fully font sensitive and all that kind of stuff. There are ways of doing it. I will see. Maybe later on I'll touch on that. But yeah, I can do that. That can be done. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the window together now, and later on we'll refine it. How does that sound? Hello, Hoff. How are you? It's I'm just back from my holidays. It's first on my list to work on. This is this is a drunken conversation on the Friday night. Even though I hadn't even started a Kickstart, and I'd already gotten from adding LEDs to a joystick to Amiga controlled butt plugs. So, oh yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Good to see you anyway. Have you recovered? Good stuff. Yeah, well, you know what? Why not? Why not, Rob? Why not? That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? And wireless charging as well. You just run a loop around the whole bed. Giving this far too much thought. Stop it. Okay. Right. Okay, so we've one gadget here. We're going to deal with the sizing and all the resizing and font sensitivity afterwards, okay? So I've got a gadget here. I'm just going to copy that and make another one for the reset button. And we're going to give that, so that has a new ID, X is going to be like 130, 16. So this is going to be ugly. This is going to be ugly. But oh yes, and what you have to do then is you have to attach the gadgets to the window. Attach GT list, and that is, so that's the GT list number and the window number. We're only going to have one of each, so we don't, a couple of magic numbers here and there aren't the end of the world, he says. Okay, so there's our 2 buttons. Okay, fine, grand. They're using use. I didn't change the text on it, but they're not resizable. They're not font sensitive. So if you change the fonts, like, they'll use Topaz regardless of the Workbench font size. But we'll go through that later on if we have time, or if we get to that point. Reset. Okay, use and reset. We've got our 2 buttons now. Cool. Okay, now the next bit is where it gets slightly funky, because the list view is complicated. Well, it's not. It's kind of complicated, right? So far, like all our GAD tool stuff is relatively simple, primitive even. You just tell it, give it an ID, tell it where to put it, tell it what text to put in it, and that's it. Oh, and let's tie an event to them first off. So IDCMP gadget hit, isn't it? Dum, dum, dum. It's in here somewhere. Oh yeah, gadget up. Sorry, we wanted gadget up because, like most of the gadgets, we only want to react when you let go of the button, if that makes sense. Yeah, we don't need that. So what will happen then is if we do a few clicks here, so we can see gadget hit. Now you'll see there that we get the same gadget value. I'm pointing at the screen because I believe you can see that. We get the same event ID. So that event ID doesn't differentiate between the different gadgets. So what we do is there are functions for getting that value for the actual ID of the gadget. So we're going to do another select case construct here. Select, or what we'll do is we'll put it in a variable just in case. Gadget hot, gadget hit. So GH. So that's our gadget hit ID. What I'm going to do is okay, and then so what we should do is we should get some debug output so we can see gadget hit use and gadget hit reset. So now our 2 gadgets are tied to something and they actually do something. Okay, now for the list view, this is the fun bit. Okay, everything so far is very primitive. List view is more complicated because it's fed a random number of items. It doesn't know how many items it's going to have. So it just makes things a little bit more complicated. So GT list view. So similar format to the other ones. Gadget list view. And what else do we need? What else? ID, comma X. We're going to put 5 pixels across. Let's put it 20 pixels down. Width and height 300 wide. Oh no, the window's 300 wide, so 270, 290, 280. So we've got a, and then 320. Flags. Okay. Texts. Now the text string is the label again, like the other ones. Let's say files. Okay. And okay, files, and that is it place text below? Is that it? I think it is. Above, below, yeah. So you can see there the different flags you can set for the positioning. Place text below. Now, the last parameter you can see there is the last mandatory parameter is list. Now, list has a couple of brackets after it, so that means what you give it has to be an array. And an array is, well, you know what an array is. It's a list of elements which are, you know, values, particular variables, or, you know, structs or whatever. But a list array is a different type, which basically allows, it's a sort of a sequential array, and so it allows you to kind of like hop from one to the next, and to remove items from that chain and sort of seal up the chain in between. So you can add items to that list, and each one kind of gets tacked onto the end, or if you add it in the middle, it forces the other ones down. It sort of inserts itself into the chain. So think of them like links in a chain, where one links to the next, to the next, to the next. So that is a different type of array to your normal basic arrays. It can only be one. It can only be one-dimensional, but it can be any size essentially, and it gets bigger as you add items to it. List and nodes. Well, sort of. It's not really. Yes, I think internally it will be done like that, because each item will have its own address, and you can, you know, basically that's it. It has its own sort of structure, and will link to the next and the next. But they're not really treated like that as far as Blitz is concerned. It's just they're treated just like. I'll show you. So what we have to do is we have to define our list. Okay, and like in all good basics, it's dim. List items. Oh yeah, and we do, instead of just doing, if you just define it like this, what you do is you get an array that holds 100 items, and it's a standard thing. But what we want to do is we want to make sure it's a list type of array, and you can still define the number, but we want it to be truly dynamic. Okay, so if we define it with a size of 0, then it's dynamic. That means it will keep on getting bigger and bigger. There's no limit on how big it can get, other than RAM, obviously, because each entry adds a certain chunk, you know, takes up a certain chunk of more RAM. Now, a list with a size of 0, like as in a truly dynamic linked list, is only in Amiga Blitz 3. So Blitz 2, if you're using Blitz 2, it won't work. You have to have you have to give it a defined endpoint, and that defined endpoint could be 1,000. You know, you can do it that way, but if you use a list array, you have to give it a defined size. It will still work the very same. It's just you have to allocate the maximum number of items, basically. So in Blitz 2. But in Blitz 3, you define it with a size of 0, and that's it, fully dynamic. And each one of them is essentially a node, because I'll show you what they look like. So I haven't given this a variable type, because we need to create the variable type. So this will be a struct in C, or a new type in BASIC, and we call it the list item. And we're going to put a couple of things in here now. The first thing that needs to be in there is a word-sized dummy. You can use that variable if you want, but the second, basically the new type lists contains all the text strings that are in your list view item. So if you know a list view item, it's kind of a, you know, it's a scrollable list of items. this is a poor example because this has multiple columns. In GAD tools, there's only one column. Column. I get given out to sometimes for saying column, so I'm kind of shying away from it. But it'd be more like this list here, although there's no items in it. So it's a single list. You know what it's exactly like? That's it. But this is spaced out, so it's not without, you know, basically this spacing would have to be calculated. Another poor example. Anyways, you know what I mean. Single column, and how that works is the node, or this kind of list item, new type or struct, has the second field is a string, or a pointer to a string, and that string is what actually shows up in your list view. You can add others afterwards, which are properties or whatever, any other variables. You can add as many as you want to the list, to this new type, but only this variable actually has an impact on the list view itself. So that's the only one that contains the actual item that's in the list. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to say that this array is of the list item type, and then that's the last thing is list items, and because it's an array, you give it empty brackets after it to tell it it's the array list items. Okay, so each one of these, each instance of this list item, you would consider a node, I suppose, and you can add more information to that. But yeah, that's basically it. The actual structure of the linked list is that each item has a pointer to the previous item and the next item, and that's how you can insert things, because you just swap in the pointers and swap out the pointers as you need them. But that's all handled by Blitz Basic in the background. You don't need to worry about that. So you don't consider them nodes as such. That's kind of, you know, that's my take on it anyway. Okay, so now we've got a list view, slightly too wide. It's overlapping the window there, but you can see it's empty. But that's what it is. You can see we've got our gadget, and it has files underneath it. So what we should do is we should change that. I meant to put that above. Okay, so that's there. Still too wide and fine, but that's fine. Okay. Let's do some basic resizing stuff then. We're not going to resize, we're just going to size. Okay, so we've got a couple of functions. Now, what you could do is you could base it on the size of your window, which is what I've done here. X, Y, width, and height. So I've made that narrower, and now it fits. Okay, what you can do is you can hard code it that way. The problem is, if you use a different font, let's say for on Workbench, if someone else uses a different font, the actual window will be moved down a bit, and so you'll either end up overwriting the top border, or you'll end up pushing stuff down and overwriting the bottom border. So you don't really take the sizes, like things like that, into account. And the same with the window borders can be wider if you have patches running, or if you have like OS 4 and OS 3.2 can adjust the border widths and things like that. And so oh, excellent, there's some more spamtastic. Okay, hold on 2 seconds. Dun, 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 dun. And yeah, okay. Sorry guys, bear with me, and I'm actually going to go and get a drink now in a second. Don't know why that button's not working. some of this stuff is a little bit broken. So yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, so cool. And back to your normal viewing. Where were we? Okay. So now, where do we have? What do we have here? Okay. Yeah. Right. Grant. Deadly. So, our list view is now roughly the right size. So yeah, you can. The problem is if people have different size borders and stuff like that. Even OS 4, OS 3.2 can change the size of the border even without patches. Actually, and even 3.9 can if you have a resize bar, because you can choose to have square gadgets for 1-to-1 pixel ratio screens. So what we need to do is we need to find our window dimensions. So inner width, and that's a word variable. Okay, so that sort of starts it off anyway. Inner width and inner height. And now what we can do is we do this as in, so inner width and inner height give you the actual kind of like the grey section in the middle of the window, the actual usable bit. So yeah, what we can do is so what we'll do is so for our list view, we got X. So if we want to let's say a 5 pixel border all around or on each side, 5 pixels from the left, and 20 from the top, and then width will be, instead of 260, it'll be -10. Inner width -10, and we'll fine tune this anyway. But now we should get a nice even border each side. See that? Thin border, thin border. 50 was a good guess, but yeah, so the inner width is 50. Now that still won't resize. I'll have to do that in that's a much bigger job later on. But for now, that will do. And what we'll do then as well is so the gadget width, inner width divided by 2. So like, if we want the 2 buttons at the bottom to be half the size, and with a 5 pixel border. So what we're talking about, so you got 5 pixels gadget, 5 pixels gadget, 5 pixels. So 15 pixels less than the full window width. Inner width 15 divided by 2. Okay. Now that will give an integer, because this is a word type variable is just an integer. It doesn't have any fractional part, so that's fine. Sorry, I should go back to that. That Amiga Build's Illegitimate Son said earlier. I did see that David Pleasance has another book Kickstarter. I haven't looked into it, or haven't read anything about it. I'll probably check it out at some point. But yeah, I'm not really sure what is involved in that, but I'm sure it's going to be all over the Amiga community in the next while, no doubt. Okay, so our inner width minus 15 pixels, And when you're talking, it usually is fine to just have like to round to the nearest pixel. If it looks a bit awkward, we'll fine tune it at some point. But that should be us for that. So use, and then width is 120. So what we'll do is, and this one is going to be, instead of 130 for the X position, it's going to be GAD width plus 10, and the width is going to be, now this should all line up the same kind of way. Yeah, see, so now we've got, you can see there, it has rounded down 1 pixel. So it's slightly wider there. You can just see there's a tiny little gap there. So what we're going to do is fine tune that by add the extra pixel in the middle anyway. There we go. Okay, it looks much better when, if you've got an odd number of pixels, it looks much better to have both buttons the same size and have the gap in the middle. Cool. Okay. The other thing we could do is, they're still floating a bit above the top of the window, and if things get pushed down too far, they will it'll fall over the bottom border. So for the Y position, instead of 350, we're going to put inner width minus, so if the gadgets are 20 pixels high, 25. Oh, inner height, sorry. Height minus 25. So that will give us 5 pixels of border. What have I done? They don't look like they're 20 pixels high. They're 16 pixels high, so that should be 21. Inner height minus 21. Inner height minus 21. There you go. So now we've got the same border basically all around. And this border here, it's best to leave enough space between a list view for 1 line of text. So the height of 1 font size, at least, plus whatever border you want. I'll tell you why. Oh, I just saw that. Sorry, Hoffman, I saw you subscribed there as well. Thank you very much for that. Oh, did you? Yeah, you did, yeah. Sorry, I was so caught up with the book club conversation. I didn't notice that. Thank you very much. So, yeah. So, basically, the problem is with a list view is that it will only contain an exact number of items. So the size of the list view will adjust to the nearest multiple of the font size. So if you say it's let's say you make the list view 100 tall and the font size is 8, it will be 96 plus the border tall. Okay, so you have to bear that in mind, that how it looks here might change slightly depending on other things like font size and stuff like that. Can you paint a bar or separator there? You mean between use and reset? Like here? There isn't. Well, what you can do is you can render the actual gadget itself between the list and buttons. You can render a thing, but you have to do it manually. It's clunky. And what you do is, and it has to be done after the gadgets are attached. It's called you just basically draw a bevel box, and at 0, so X, Y with height, flags and type. Now, so X, and then let's see, X and Y width is equal to, and height, let's say we make it 2, 4, and then flags is 0, and then type is either true or false, depending on whether it's like inverted or not. So I think 1 is a good, or -1 is the value for that. Let's see what that looks like anyway. Oh, no. -28. 4 pixels is too high. So the problem is as well that some versions of the OS will render the top and bottom gadget borders in as a double width. So yeah, so there we go. That's kind of it. But again, the list view will change slightly depending on font size. So this gap here between that bar and the list view can and will change for other people. So you just have to be careful with that and bear that in mind. It's not always going to look even. But yeah, that's it. And then if you change that to true, if you change that to false, it just inverts the colors and gives a pop out one instead of a pop in one. There you go. Yeah, so that's it. The one of the problems with that is it doesn't get redrawn when the window gets refreshed, like the gadget list does. But that's something I will come to later. Okay. So far we have our list. Our list is empty. And we've added it here. So we've got an empty list, so there's nothing in the list. Oh, excuse me. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and get a drink, and I'll be back soon. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Bear with me, guys. Last day of the holidays and all that. Like I said, back to work tomorrow, unfortunately. But I was on holidays last week. I was on holidays in like a caravan park in Wales. And mixed weather stuff. It was nice. It was good. You know, ideal for a 7-year-old and stuff like that. But like, you know, the nighttime entertainment, they were doing audience participation competitions and kids competitions and things like that. So there was a lot of that, a lot of cheesy watching people dancing and you know, kids things. And to be fair to them, the entertainers, I don't know how they managed to keep that energy up. But we ended up winning one of the competitions, which is like a higher or lower competition, and it was very, very simple, all very instant stuff. And the prize was, they said, a bottle of bubbly. What we got was, to be fair, it's a giant bottle, but it is Perry. Pear cider, basically. But, you know, it doesn't taste too bad. Sure, we'll give it a go. It's not quite the same sound as pouring out a glass of champagne, but hey. Yeah, so cheers. Like, it's fine. Sweet alcohol. Sweet alcohol. Yes. Cheers to summer holidays. And cheers to Blitz Basic and Amigas and all that kind of stuff. All you guys. Yay. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, we've got a nice little border here just to tidy up the window. Yeah. 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 Happy Christmas. It's yeah. It's basically just a sort of like a. It's on random from the mod archive. So yeah. Apologies for that. What is going on? I would just we'll just leave it going. Sure, basically, it's sure. Look, it's after the middle of summer, so effectively we're getting closer to Christmas now. So it's fair game. Are the levels okay? Is the music too loud or too quiet, or obviously not too quiet because you can you can make it out. Anyways, yeah, grand. Right, so what were we doing? Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add some items to the list. All right. So our list is an empty list at the moment. What we'll do is we'll add some miscellaneous items to the list. To add items to the list, there's a special function, special way of handling a dynamic list, and you have to check it for success. So it's kind of a add item is the function basically. So if add item list items, so you need to give it the full array name including the empty brackets. You need to give to that function, and that what that does is that creates a new empty entry, a new node inside that array at the current position. So since we don't have any items in it, this will be the first item, and only if that's successful can you add the thing. So so what you do is you just treat the list items array as a variable, and so list items dot name. Oh no, it's not dot name. It's instead of the dot, like you can see, it's backslash name equals entry. Okay, and so now you've got one item in there. That should show up. Entry. There we go, and we can click it like that. There's only one entry, so that's it. And we're getting a gadget hit event for that. So whoop. Let's do some camel case. Okay, now. So now we can identify that the list view has been clicked on. If that's relevant, might not be relevant, we'll see. So that is that. What have we got then? We've got our gadget hit. Use list view. Okay. So now if we want to add multiple items, we just need to repeat this. Now, the reason you have to check, and you cannot, if you do this when add items fails, what happens is it hasn't allocated the memory for the new item, and when you try to store any information in that new entry that doesn't exist, you will have problems, big problems. It'll basically just put that information on top of the OS, on top of something else. Basically it'll put it in memory location 0, and if you even basically just you just don't touch that part of the system memory. Don't touch address 0 or anywhere around there. Like address 4 is a pointer to the core of the OS, so if you write more than 4 bytes to address 0, you completely it shits itself. Like that's it. You don't You always check. When you're dealing with pointers, we're dealing with things like this, you always check that they're not 0 because of that. So what would happen is, in this case, if you were to write this and you weren't given the all clear to have a new entry, byte 0, byte 1, byte 2, byte 3, and then instead of pointing to exec, location 4 will just contain the letter Y. That's really not what you want. There you go. So yeah, bad days, instant crashing, instant, yeah, gurus and stuff like that. So just be careful. Always check if the add items has been successful, and only then add your item. Doesn't matter how much memory you have, just in case, because someone else might run it and they might be short memory and they can't physically, or they can't actually allocate the extra items. So just bear that in mind. So what we're going to do is we're going to just make up a bunch of items. Say 20. Good old for next loop. Entry. So we're going to make it, so we're just going to add 20 items numbered from 1 to 20. There you go, there they are. Simple as that. Now you can see that again the gadget, we can recognize that the list view is being clicked, but we can't tell what item is clicked yet. So here's where it gets fun, or does it? So here's what happens. We get list view, and then now event code is a special little function. It doesn't take any parameters, and it returns, like gadget hit, it returns kind of a, yeah, it returns like an internal code for the event. It's not always like it means different things for different events, so just bear that in mind. Sometimes it needs yeah, so what am I trying to say here? Sometimes yeah, so for this it will return basically the ID of the entry that was clicked. So you see, so entry 0 is the first in the list, entry 19 is the last. Okay, that makes sense. So basically it will give you the number of the actual position in this. Okay, so that's there. Does that make sense? I think that's all right. It shows you, and then you can do what you need to do with that. Okay. So that is that. When you click on an empty space, the list view doesn't normally react, or it gives you the nearest one. You can see there. So if there's nothing in it, it doesn't react. So it's like it's disabled, and you get no event if there's no item available, if there's no item in the list. But if it's empty space, it clicks on the nearest one. If your list view is smaller, you don't have any empty space, so that's fine. So let's fill it up more. So let's say 50 items instead. Our scroll bar is slightly funny looking. Okay, but yeah, basically you don't have any empty space then, so that's fine. Now, yes, sorry, there are a couple of extra things that you need to do when you've got a list view in your window. Scroll wheel works, which is nice, but this scroll bar is slightly funky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix that now. So basically this is the old look scroll bar. So you have to turn on the new look prop, which is how do we do that now? Do we do that? I think it's a window flag, is it? Window flag. It's new look prop, I think. New look prop. New look menu. No. It is. I was thinking of new look menu, because you have to do that to also set the OS3 look menus. But let me think. The OS3 look gadgets are. I think you do it before you create the gadgets. Yes. On. Okay. There we go. And that's what it should look like, so you can at least see it. Okay. So, when you click it, you can also see that when you click it, it's only temporary. It gives you the one-off entry value, basically. So when you go to 1, you can see it's the first entry is number 0, so it'll do that, but it doesn't actually show you the highlight. So there is another flag that you need to add to the list view, and it is oh, I can't remember. I'm gonna have to look at the documentation. Flags. So there's our, top bottom high left. Selected. Oh, it's not here. It's show selected. GTLV show selected. I'm sure. Let me see. So you've got loads of tags that for all the different gadgets. So these are all defined in the autodocs again. So the GT, you can see. So GT checkbox, GT cycle. You've got loads of different ones. So list view ones are the ones we're looking at. So list view callback. Basically, you use that for as a pointer for when something's clicked, or when you can use that to jump to a certain bit of code to react to it. But we're not going to deal with that now. Item height is interesting because that will give you the actual pixel height of the items in there, which is good, so that lets you calculate things like how many items you have in the list view. There's a few labels, I'm not sure. Make visible, max pen, not sure. Read only. Show selected, that's the one. So what we're going to do is, I think we do it before we create the list view. We do GT tags. And what that does is that applies the tags to the next item that's created. So what you do is you set them in advance. So we set show selected true. Oh no, bad things are happening because we're missing our gadget. Was it supposed to go afterwards? That can't be right. Because we don't give it a gadget number, so how do we know tag value? Oh no, you know what? It's not. It's an attribute. So we set it afterwards. GT set attribute, and it's the same kind of thing, but some properties are only set after the gadget's created and before the gadget. If you do it before the gadget's created, you end up with a null pointer, and I got away with that. Maybe we'll see if something crashes badly now, but basically that's it. So instead of that, we need to copy that. Set GT list and ID 0, list view Okay, so we're setting the attribute of the list view gadget. The attribute is called GT list view show selected and true. Oh, we don't need that. Okay, so there's our entries back. Click on it. Oh. No, that's not it. Let me see. GT list view. Item height, make visible. Max pen, scroll width. See, the property selected? Yeah, I'm kind of trying to remember now. But the property selected is the actual item, so like that'll be 0, 1, 2. Basically, whatever one is selected. Oh, hold on a second. There was also something in the pointer. A simple level can be. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a point. Add IDCMP, list view IDCMP. So what happens is when you open a window, it has a default set of IDCMP events that it responds to. Now, I don't know why we need to do this, but add IDCMP list view IDCMP. So we add that to the default list. What? List view IDCMP? List view? List view IDCMP, of course. With no... Did that change anything? Whoa, now we're getting events for just sitting there. Oh, I see, because now when we scroll, it moves as it should. Okay. Right, so we're getting that triggering every time there's an Intui tick. And the mouse move also triggers it. But that's not it. So, okay, so that has fixed something, but now it's also just, there's too much debug output there. So we'll disable that just for now. Now, show selected. It's not show selected. Maybe it's not. It is not. It's still working. And now the scrolling is immediate rather than GT list view. What other flags are there for list view? List view. No. Callback. I made labels. Make visible. Make visible is like a method. I think that scrolls it until the selected item is visible. Max pen scroll with selected show selected top. Is it selected? No. It's not. I was sure it was show selected. Sets the node. Well, yeah, that's selected. That's fine. That's fine. That's not a problem. Yeah. Show selected. So that's the like what you're saying there is it's the same as the GTLV selected property attribute. Oh, there is. Let me just see. There must be something in here about that. For calculating the selected, to make full use of the selected parameter, you also need to specify the GTLV show selected tag. If you set the value of this tag to 0, you get a string. highlight bar. Ah, you have to set it to 0. Oh, okay, that's for compatibility, backwards compatibility. Show selected has to be false. Oh, no, no. Oh. Is it this? I know what's happened now. There we go. Yes. So. So the lesson here is, yes, list with the show selected is a boolean, specifies that you want the selected item in a single select list browser to remain visible. That's fine. That's what we have there. But that is the default behavior in OS 2. Okay, so under Workbench 2, OS 2, that is what happens, and that property is already set to 0. Whereas with OS 3, you can set it, there's the option to set it to a pointer, which I might actually do. That gives you the entry value in a separate gadget. Because in OS 2, in OS 2, it doesn't have that option. So I think it's for yeah, I think that's a backwards compatibility thing, and so you set it to a pointer instead if you want to do that. So what, you know what, I'm going to do that. I'm going to put in a string value below GT string. So G string. Sorry, it's my inner 15-year-old. G string equals 4, so we've got a new gadget. So if you set it to 0 under OS 2, and I think that's the default behavior. So in OS 2, it doesn't actually give you a highlight. It automatically gives you a text gadget underneath, and whatever you click gets put in the text gadget instead. So this is a manual way of doing the same thing that OS 2 does by default. So I think that must be it. Well, let's give this a go anyway. So the list view would do inner height minus 70. And then we do it 5 minus 50. Width is and 16 high. So this is a string gadget. And then text will do that. Flags 0. Max cars, oh, I don't know, 255. Whoa. And default string, we're going to use that because we don't want to set anything in there. Let's see. And we get a little thing that is surprisingly right below the thing. Now that's just coincidence. But if we look at the documentation now for GT list view, you can see that if you set anything else, I think this is the only way used to use the tag. So for calculating selected and top parameters, you need to specify its selected tag. If you set the value of this tag to 0, you get a string gadget under the list view for OS 2 and a highlight bar for OS 3. So that must be the default behavior. If you set anything else than 0, it must be a pointer to a string gadget, which will show the selected item. So under OS 2, I think that just lets you redirect it to your own gadget rather than an automatic gadget. Okay, so we've got our gadget, and what we'll do is, instead of setting it to false, we will set it to the address. Now, there is a way of getting a gadget address, isn't there? Oh, no. Gadget address, GT. Okay, well, here's the thing. You can get the address when you create the gadget from you can get the address of the gadget when you create the gadget, but that's only in Amiga Blitz 3. But let's see. And in theory, you should do this for all the gadgets when you have the option. GS, so the GT string, GTS address, GT string address is that. That's the address. Now, see what happens. Yeah, okay. So see there what happens. Now we get it also adds it to this gadget, which is kind of cool. Yeah, works. Okay. Yeah, that works quite well. And you can see we adjust that and then we let go. And basically we get our gadget up message telling us when a new entry is selected once we let go of the button. Okay, so that works quite well. Oh yeah, and we can, if we drag down beyond, and it'll scroll like automatically. Okay, that's all working quite well. Excellent. I think. Yeah. So I think that works reasonably well. Yeah, it does. Yeah, scroll wheel works. That's kind of I have freewheel installed, so that's kind of basically what that's doing is the same as. Well, I was going to say it basically it's a bit of a hack, and it manually kind of ups and downs that, but that's the scroll wheel working there. But when you scroll, if you hold down the mouse button and drag it past the end, that's kind of standard behavior there for a list view, the way it will scroll anyway, and you don't need freewheel or anything. That's what the actual gadget does. So there we go. It's weird that I didn't need to. I moved that up 20 pixels to make space for the gadget, and it has a. Oh, what did I do? So the height, inner height minus 70. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. So it's weird. So inner height minus x, y. Width and height. So yeah, so the Y position isn't inner height minus 50. It's kind of. Oh, that is interesting. That is interesting. The gadget automatically ties to the position. It overrides what I set. So yeah, actually that's pretty cool. You don't have to set that, and so it'll automatically take the size of the GAD tools thing into account if you set that address, the address of the string gadget, to your show selected address, then you get that. That's pretty cool. So we don't need to change that to -70. We keep the dimensions the same, and it will automatically make space at the bottom of the list view for the gadget that you give it. Cool. I haven't done this before, so that's actually quite cool. Okay, that's cool. And I suppose if we enter something here, we do get a gadget hit for that as well. So what we'll do is we'll make a new entry for that. Edit it. What we'll do, actually, look, you know what? We'll just put up, set up a new variable, new string is equal to GT get string. We'll just get the string, so. And we put that into the debug output. And then we should. Okay, so when we edit it, we can read the text. Okay, so that's a few different types of gadgets working there. We're not updating this yet. So, because that's a little bit more involved as well. But we will do soon. What time is it? 20 to 10. Okay. Let's see. What else have we got going on? Space things out a little bit. Okay, so we can read our new string, and that is that. Okay, so that's the basics of it working now. So what I should do now is, do we want to edit the items? Actually, I'll show you what we can do. Is we can add another property like edit the items. Okay, edit the items. Well, what we'll do is I'm going to add another property. So let's say so we're going to give each entry a random number, or let's see. Okay. Magic. Yeah, let's try times 5. Right, just to give them kind of an extra property. So just to show you that you can have, you know, extra kind of properties of your item. So that's that. But what the problem is that a dynamic list, like if you use a normal array and you do this, you can jump straight to like item 27, and you can do list items bracket 27, and that will give you, you know, that will reference the items. You can't do that with a dynamic list. And I'm saying that Blitz will let you do that, but it's only valid when the list hasn't been modified, and it's never guaranteed to be valid, because each entry will be allocated one after another. But as soon as you start deleting entries, or if something else allocates memory in the meantime, suddenly you've got gaps in the memory, and you know, you can't automatically assume that each entry goes one after another after another. You cannot do that. And when you use a number in the brackets, that's what it assumes has happened, because that's what happens with a normal array, not a non-list array, okay? Standard static array. So you cannot do that. So this gives us a little problem, because how do we know which entry has been clicked? And how do we get the properties? How do we get back to that? So what we'll do is we need a way of setting the current item. So how a list array works is you've got a pointer to the current item. Now that's handled internally. You don't really have access to that. Like that would be your node. But you don't have access to that from Blitz. Well, not directly. You can probably peek and poke it, but we won't do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to it's a slightly crude way, but let's do it this way. We'll do it as a statement rather than, you know, we'll do it properly. So oh, set item. What is that? Don't tell me there's a way of doing this. It's not even, doesn't even have documentation. That is interesting. Get items and work with set item does. Why am I deleting all those characters? Oh, it's a pointer rather than... Okay, I'm not going to go touching that. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have a variable here. Current item, okay? So we're making the word type. You don't need to define variables like this generally beforehand, but you need to kind of make sure you define them when you use them first if you don't do that. But a good habit to get into, I suppose, is to define it up there. So def type. So our current item, and what we're going to do is we're going to let that carry the current item number. So current item should be minus, actually, you know what? The current item in a list, if you go and look at that property, it's -1 or FFFF if you have, if there are no selected items, if there are no highlighted items. Okay, so we should match that by saying -1. Okay. Now statement so what we're going to do is, now to define a function, you use curly brackets. For a user function in Blitz, that's slightly different to C, where it doesn't care. You know, all functions are functions. But set current item, when you're defining a custom function in a code, that is a little bit different. Okay, so we're using a statement because it's just it's not a function. We're not going to return a value. Hey, Demo Scene TV, how are you? Hello, welcome along, Demo Scene TV. It's good to see you here. How are things? We're doing a little bit of Blitz basic coding. Some all very serious stuff. You know, this is a user-friendly, or not user-friendly, system-friendly software. So almost the opposite of a demo. But so far we have our little list item here, and we can click items and they do things. And so we can tell things and we can edit text boxes, but we haven't updated the thing yet. Yeah, well, exactly. It's almost the opposite. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I often have these debates with Mr. Terrible Fire as well, or debates, discussions, drunken chats. You know, because he hates Amiga OS, and I think it's lovely. I really like coding for it. I really like using it. There's so many things I'm like, oh Jesus, I wish Windows did this, or I wish Linux did this. I really like it. But yeah, you know, I also appreciate the effort that goes into, you know, well, no, shutting down the system is easy, but of actually, you know, just taking full control of the hardware and bending it to your will is is an entirely it's an absolute art form. So kudos to you guys. It's a different kind of coding entirely. But yeah, so our list item, right? So we don't really have a way of accessing, of directly getting our item from, you know, and there's no direct link between what we click and the list of items that we have in memory. So what we have to do is if we want to get those items, and we have to do that first if we want to modify them, we need to we need to move through the list, and that list, because it's a linked list, you can't just jump to array entry 63 or whatever. You need to start at the start and go jump one after another to get there. And so yeah, there's no great way of doing it, but this is this is kind of what it'll look like. So let's say we want to go to item 10, for example. So that'll be the 11th item, so because they start at 0. So the first thing we do is we import our array, because we're in a statement, so it has its own separate scope, and it's not so you don't have access to the arrays outside. Yes, I will actually. I will indeed upload that. I think even. Do I have a? Dun dun dun. There we go. It's working. There's my YouTube channel. It will be on that eventually, and all the other. I've done a few other Blitz Basic tutorials. I've done a fair few of them actually. Some of them more to do with games for the game jam, and then for the tool jam when that was on, I was doing more system friendly stuff. So there's a fair few bits in there that are probably like this, quite rambly, quite there'll be long and boring videos to watch back, but sure, they're there anyway, because I don't edit them or anything, that they just go straight on YouTube. So yeah, nobody's got time for that. So first thing we do, now we've got access to our array. This is it here, list items. And so what we have to do then is we reset list list items. So what that does is that takes the pointer and makes it null effectively. So it doesn't actually point to any items on the list anymore. So there's no current item for list items. Then we just have to step through them all. So for I equals not to item, set up a little loop to go to count from item 0 to item whatever it's going to be, 20 something, 10 we said, which would be the 11th item. So, and then we do next item basically is a function, and that steps to the next item, and it will return true if there's another item, and it will return false if there's no other item. So actually there's a little optimization thing here. So but basically that's your function there, or your statement. So next item will just step to the next item. You've got previous item, prev item, and that does the same thing backwards. So that's it. So that's it. It's fine. It should be very quick to run, unless you've got thousands and thousands of items, in which case it'll start to get a bit sluggish. But what I'll do is actually I can't think of any case where it should fail to be a next item, because you're feeding this the output from the list view gadget, which only contains the items of that list. So it shouldn't happen that the list has changed in the meantime, because it's only your list. No one else is changing that list on you. So that shouldn't happen. Watch it shit itself now. But anyways, yeah, that is so that should be fine. That should just run, and that's it. And so the current item will now be the pointer to the current item will now be the 10th item, the 11th item, whatever number you've given it will now be that item. So we'll try that out. Set current item. So what happens is, if we've got our list view entry clicked, okay, so so now what we're doing is the current item we're storing. That's what we get from the event code, which will give us the entry number. So current item is that, and then set current item. Now, weirdly, that function hasn't shown up in my little. Oh, there it is. Okay. We have to click it to get it to refresh. Okay, fine. Okay, so set current items there. So that should be it. If we click the list view, set current item. So now the pointer should be to our current item. So if we now if we do this, we should now get our magic number, which is I times 5. Or I times 10, was it? I times 5, okay? And that should prove to us that we've got the right item. Let's see if that works. Okay, magic number 60 is 12 times 5. Magic number 5, 10. Okay, yeah, there we go. So it's not the entry number multiplied by 5, it's the actual I number, which starts at 1. So now we know we're accessing the correct, so we have the correct item selected as 250. Okay, so now we know, so that's how you access the, that's how you move to whatever in your list is that property. So you have to kind of, the list is just like a, it's not really a pointer to your information. It displays your information, but it's got its own separate copy of that, if you like. So it does deal with your list, but you have to go searching for it yourself, basically. You don't get the pointer back. You can do that if you write a hook for it and stuff like that, but I'm not going to go into that. It's ugly, and if you're going to be doing that, you should do it in C, to be honest. Okay. Okay, so that's our magic number. So now if we want to edit it, so let's say we've clicked it, we've got our text is in the string gadget. Now we want to go to that item. So, so you've clicked your item. Here we have to, what we do is set current item. Oh, now first, important to remember that when it starts up, there's no item selected by default. So we should do if current item. Oh no, if current item's not -1. Oh, that's not tab, that's tab. Okay, so it's because we don't want to start editing an item when there's no item selected, because that's just bad news for everyone. That's just shitting all over your RAM. You don't want to do that. So set current item to the current item, which should be the entry number of that, and then if that's the case, so once we've set the item, then we have our current item selected. So all we have to do then is oh yes, so list items. So the current item is selected. List item / name is equal to new strings. New string. Okay. So now we've updated our list. We've updated our list to contain the new edited string. Hey, Amiga Cami, welcome in. Good morning. A bright morning, I hope, for you. Thank you for coming along. How are you? Hope you're well. Actually, we should do some shout outs. You probably all know each other anyway. But, yeah. Let me see. Aha. Do you stream Demo Scene TV? I have to plead ignorance here. Yep, there we go. Good stuff. Sorry. Yeah, I probably have come across your stuff, but yeah, I haven't spent a whole lot of time watching, I have to admit. But there you go. There you go. I see. Oh yeah. It's that's yeah. I've had moments like that as well. was a CD32 controller, because they if they're slightly crooked, you sometimes get some serious issues with them, because pin 5 is on one end, and if that's even a bit noisy and stuff like that, the whole thing just shits the bed. Oh, and an English tutorial. I'm probably not the best example for teaching English, to be fair. Because, well, I don't know. Yeah. I'm Irish, and I probably use a fair few Irish isms, if you like. Some Irish slang. But, yeah, there you go. But I hope it's understandable anyway. Yeah, well, see, the Mega Drive is the same thing. That a Mega Drive pad won't behave itself if pin 5 isn't connected either. So even if you're using it just as an Amiga pad, if pin 5 isn't connected, what happens is button C will fire intermittently, because it'll be remapped. And also, if pin 5 goes low, it's either up or down, or I think it's left and right. Left and right both get activated at the same time. So depending on the game code, that can completely drive things bonkers, because if it checks one direction and ignores the other direction, which is kind of efficient coding because you can't have both directions, then you'll start wandering to the left or whatever. That can happen too if pin 5 isn't connected well, because that's the hardware identification for a Mega Drive pad, is that left and right are pressed at the same time. When it's when pin 5 goes low, and that's impossible for a physical joystick or pad, or should be impossible. But yeah, well, yeah, I like to say that as well. Yeah, oh, I've been beaten in sensible soccer again. Yeah, it's clearly the joystick's fault. Sure. Time for a top up. That'll do. But yeah, I can imagine that being quite weird behavior wise, you know, with the Mega Drive pad. If you weren't there at the start, Cammy, I'm just gonna, bit of a self-indulgence here. It is Perry demo scenes, pear cider. I was on holidays last week in a very basically it was a holiday camp, which was great for my little 7-year-old. A bit cheesy for me, but it was fine. It was nice. It was in Wales. The weather was shite, and we won a bottle of pear cider. So that's what it is. Yes, cheers. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, that's annoying. All right. Oh, but I just wanted to show you quickly, just to show off for anyone who wasn't there at the start. I had a prototype at a prototype of a device there at the Kickstart show. I only just got it working like the day before Kickstart, or the day before we went down. But it's a wireless joystick and keyboard for the Amiga, but it takes original, like, you can plug in your Mega Drive pads or your CD32 pads or your zip sticks or a mouse, and you can plug in an original Amiga keyboard, and that's got a battery in it, and that just runs. And then at the Amiga end, you plug these back into the original port, and you get the very same signals out of them. So yeah, it was a prototype. It got its first actual use at the Kickstart show, and people used it for Sensible Soccer and didn't complain. So I'm going to take that as a good thing. But yeah, there you go. That was what I was working on in the last while instead of Blitz Basic. It's another subscriber. Thank you very much, Demoscene. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Cheers. So yeah, so I was kind of working on that for a while before I went to Kickstart. Santé. Merci beaucoup. Sláinte. Cheers. Oh, thank you. Carlos, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, good to see you. How are you? Hope you're well. Welcome in. I'm enjoying the pear cider. We're doing some Blitz Basic coding, and I was just showing off my latest invention, which is a wireless controllers gizmo for the Amiga. So going the opposite direction to, because you can get loads of different wireless USB adapters that you can plug wireless controllers, wireless mice, wireless keyboards into. And about 15 years ago, I started a project to make a wireless keyboard and mouse using the original peripherals, and then I abandoned it. I don't know. I can't remember what happened. Probably got too drunk, and I picked up the project there a little while ago, and it's and thank you, Demoscene. Thank you again. Very generous of you. And yeah, so I finished it there just for the Kickstart show. That was last week, and I just in time, and it worked, and I was delighted with that. Excuse me, but essentially it's just a little box. It connects to another box with Bluetooth, and you can plug in your mouse, your keyboard, your joystick, CD32 pad, Mega Drive pad, and it works. Plenty of room for improvement, and that'll be it. But yeah, it works anyways. But there you go. Right, now back to where we were. So what we've done here is, if we've edited the string gadget, we get our new string, we store it in here, and then we get our current item, we move to that in our list, and then we update the contents to the new string. That's fine, and that should all work. What I'm going to do is so what we're going to do is we're going to change the debug output just to show. So you see, so what we're doing is, we can see there entry 20. I keep on doing that. I keep pointing. So, sorry. Do I? Is this text too small? I mean, it looks all right to me, but it's yeah. So, sorry, I did actually. To be fair, I did make the source bigger because Javier was having trouble reading it, but yeah, because there is some scaling involved, so it's not the clearest, but it looks all right to me. But anyways, I've never tried it actually. You know what? That'll be fun to try someday, and see what it comes up with, because it might be yeah. There's a lot of code out there for a lot of different languages for it to be able to come up with stuff. Blitz Basic is a bit of a niche, especially especially Amiga Blitz Basic. I'll ask. I will have a play with that sometime tomorrow when I'm supposed to be working, maybe. But no, I'll have a look and see, because yeah, I'd be interested to see if that comes up. Anyways, this is just to demonstrate, right? So when we go to our entry, we can print out the name of the entry, so entry 37, and we can print out the number multiplied by 5, so that we know we're reading the extra properties of that item. Okay, there we go. Oh, really? That is that's interesting, because I would have thought Amos is even more obscure than Blitz. And you try for Amiga E. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll give that a go, because that is interesting. Very interesting. I'm impressed, to be fair. Yeah, that's cool. Just wonder where it gets that from. Like, is there much Amos on GitHub or available just on on the internet for it to is there? I've no idea. I would have thought there was enough, but yeah, I'll that's mad. That's mad. Cool. Yeah. No, and Amiga E is not something I have a huge amount of experience of or with, but it's also a bit of a niche, because I can understand there's like, what's it called? Well, aside from GitHub and things like that, you've got Stack Overflow and all that kind of stuff. You've just got like billions of lines of code out there on the internet for C and various things, but yeah, see, that's the thing, because Blitz Basic for the PC it kind of split. So, and there's a lot more advancement on the PC version, because obviously it got developed for a lot longer, and so it grew sort of it developed more Windows specific features and more PC specific features, and which is fair enough. That's that's the intention. It's quite platform specific. So I would imagine the basic stuff, like if you want to run a loop that counts to 10, it'll probably be fine. But blitz some objects and on a double buffer display, maybe not. But I will check that out, because that's it's interesting. Yeah. Anyways, ramble. So we've got our entry name. We've got the number, the magic number that's hidden in the item properties. That's fine, and it's all working fine. What happens if we edit this? So now that's entries in there, and it's updated. That shouldn't have worked. Actually shouldn't have worked. Right, I'll explain this a little bit. No, it's all right. chat amongst yourselves. So the reason why that shouldn't have worked is that basically you're supposed to detach the list from the list view gadget and then reattach it whenever you change it. And I think what's happened is because this text gadget is directly linked to the list view, it's allowing that to edit. But only if you press enter. Yeah, that is. And only once you click on it. Right. So what you're supposed to do, and if you change the list for any reason as well, what you're supposed to do is actually disconnect the list, change it, and then reconnect the list to the list view. This kind of caught me off guard because yeah, this gadget normally wouldn't be updated just by changing the list. So changing the list content wouldn't automatically get updated on the list view. So what we'll do it anyway. Excuse me. So yeah, exactly. So you own what's happening is, and it's a well-known thing in HD Toolbox and stuff like that you have to press enter after you enter a value because otherwise it doesn't get accepted. And the reason for that is kind of a programmatical thing. It's because what you can do is you can always read the value of a text gadget, and it will always have the right value in it. Watch. If I copy that and paste that here. Okay. You see, I didn't press enter there. And you can see that it is actually picking up the value. The reason it doesn't work when you don't press enter is because the code in whatever program it is only looks for a gadget event. You see? This is the key thing. So now, that's the thing. So actually, here's an experiment. And you see, it hasn't actually updated the list view. So the event hasn't worked. So it's a subtle, you can call it a bug, but it's not really, it's working as expected, basically. But it's not working. It's working as intended, not working as expected. It's doing what it's supposed to do. It's just not designed in an intuitive way, if that makes sense. So you can always read the value, and that value will be up to date regardless of anything else. The only problem, it's a feature. It's a feature, but the problem with GAD tools is that it's kind of quite literal. It's quite primitive, and if your software only responds to a gadget up event, then a gadget up event is only when you press enter. You see? It's not when you click away onto another gadget, because technically that's not a gadget up event. It's not you after clicking a gadget and releasing it. It's you clicking a gadget and then moving away, and that's the difference. So if your software, and there's loads of OS software that does the same thing, if your software only looks for the gadget up event, like HD Toolbox, that is the only time that it will get it's the only time it will record the value, which is it is quite annoying. You would expect it to do it automatically, but that is if the program doesn't really respond to that, that's a bug with the program, really, including HD Toolbox and the various OS preferences programs and stuff like that. It's a bug with that software. It's not a bug in the gadget. It's down to basically what you should do is when you click use or save, the value should be read then from each of the gadgets and should be stored. and then it'll work. Then you don't have to press enter. It's not necessary. It's nice to be able to do that, but yeah, there you go. Does that make sense though? That's a kind of a, yeah, that's an interesting segue. But yeah, so you can see that it hasn't updated, and it's quite annoying that doesn't happen. And to be fair, I would say that's a bug in the GT list, which is basically the software that uses the gadget. I would say there's a bug in the GT list gadget because that is taking its input from here, and it's only responding when that happens, and even then it only responds after you click it to refresh it. Okay, but anyways, let me show you what is supposed to happen when you update a list. So I can't remember the command. Right. Okay. GT list view. Where's the documentation for that? Is it set list? Is that commands? GT. Okay, attached GT list is for the window. GT change list. Oh, no, sorry. Change list. That's it. So what you're supposed to do is list, and you give that the GT list ID and the ID of the gadget. Okay, so it's GT list 0 and the list view is what I've called it. Yeah. So that's it. So you just give it those two parameters, and that detaches the list. And then after you've made your changes, or excuse me, oh, I've only had one pint of this stuff. 1.5. Okay, so then we do the same thing afterwards, except we also add on the list. So you can also do this to sub in a different list. You know, you give it a pointer to a new array, or if you add items or remove items, that's key. That needs to be taken care of there. So you need to do that. But let's have a look at how it behaves now. So entry 21, if we do that and press enter, it updates straight away. That's how it's supposed to work. But by rights, what I should do is when this new entry is clicked, I should read the previous entry and update that, and read the text gadget, and that would get around the pressing enter bug. You know what? Let's fix that pressing enter thing behavior. So how do we do that? Right, so our current item. So if we click current item is equal to event code. So what we should do first is whoa, what's that? If current item is greater than -1, we just copy all this stuff over. So we get our new string, and then we do this kind of thing. Actually, we don't even need to do that again, because once it's clicked, we should already be on the current entry. So technically, we shouldn't need that either. Which will save doing multiple searches through the list. Whoa! Oh no, bad things are happening already. It is updating to the previous list. Okay, no, that's not what we wanted. That's not what we wanted at all. At all. If current item. Oh, badness. Can we not do that? Why can't we do that? So what I'm trying to do is, right, if the list view is clicked, if the previous item, if it was previously on another item, then we get that string. And we update that entry to the new string. And then we get the event code that links us to the current item. What is going on there? Why is that? So if we enter 1, right? Entry 2 is 10, but it changes the previous one to the current one. Because when I click the list view, it updates the text gadget first. It updates that automatically. So that's not going to work. Okay, so now ignore that. La la la. Yeah. That's a bastard. Okay, that is so basically what you'd have to do is you'd have to implement your own manual string gadget, and I've done that in other software before, and that's how I've done it. This automatic thing, yeah. So I'm going to call that a bug in the list view and just be done with it. So, but that's not going to work here. We can't do that basically. Where we delete. Gone. Okay, so we're back to where we were. So yeah, so we're going to call it a feature that you have to press enter. But it works now, and because we're detaching and reattaching the list here. Detach, change the list, reattach. Okay, what we'll do now is we'll add a couple of gadgets at the bottom for controlling that list. Now, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a quarter-sized gadget, and we're going to call them let's see where this is going. So an extra 4 gadgets. We're going to put a second row of gadgets above the previous row of gadgets. So let's move that up by 20. Let's move that up by 20. Okay, now. One come out. Okay, so (5x), so plus 10. 2 plus 15. 3 plus 20. This is going to look messy probably because it mightn't be wide enough. Arrow image, yes. Oh, actually, can you? Yes. Well, you can, but to use a graphic, you need to. It's a different type of gadget, and it's a GT image, I think. No, GT. I can't remember, but basically there's a separate type, and basically what it can do is it will use a Blitz basic shape object as the graphics, and you give 2 different shape objects, one for pressed, one for released. Excuse me, but yes, you can. It's just a slightly different command, and it works the same way as a button. I can't remember the command because tired and drunk. Well, not even drunk. GT image? No, GT shape. That's it, and it's the same kind of thing. And that's it. So you see, you give it a shape object and an optional second shape object, and if you give it the second shape object, that's the pressed image. Whereas if you don't do that, I think it just changes the background color to blue or something like that. I can't remember, but yeah, it works the same way. Oh yeah, though this is a good point actually, and it's the same for buttons and all that. Software under OS2, the OS2 version of GAD tools uses certain gadget IDs internally, and it's a bit weird, it's a bit clunky, it doesn't really work very well. It's, you know, so it was much improved in OS3, but if you want the software to run on OS2, you should start your gadget IDs at 50 instead of 0 or 1, or at 51, because potentially the first 50 gadgets might be used internally. They use them for, you know, like in an OS2 scroll bar here might be a gadget, and these 2 buttons might be gadgets, and they all take up internal IDs that you can't see, and that's a problem. It's a big problem because you'll get multiple IDs using the same, or multiple gadgets using the same ID, and it all goes to crap. Okay, well, that actually looks all right. Although we have to, for the last 2, we just have to add on a pixel to get them to line up properly. Add and delete, plus 16 and plus 21. Okay, so we've got loads of gadgets down there. It's a little bit ugly, but we see what's happening. Up, down, add, delete. So, like, they obviously don't do anything now because we haven't programmed them, but we can modify them if we need to. Okay. Or we can code them now. So okay, so there we go. Up, down, add and delete. So the up gadget is right. So the highlighted entry. First off, the main thing to do is make sure we have a highlighted entry. And I'm doing greater than. You can do unequal to either if you want. So that's not equal to -1 in basic terms. But I'm doing. You can do unequal to, but I'm doing greater than. Basically, all variables in Blitz Basic are signed. So when internally in Amiga OS, this value would be like FF or FFFF or FFFFFFF. It'll be basically all ones, and so that's -1 internally. But that's how it translates for a signed variable. But in other languages you wouldn't have you would have unsigned versions, so you couldn't guarantee it's a -1. It could be a 255 or 65536 or 65535. So it's so basically it's kind of, you wouldn't do it like that in other languages, but you can do just greater than or unequal, like not equal to is probably better practice, to be fair. But yeah, there's no such thing as an unsigned variable in Blitz Basic. So we have a current item. Actually, when we're going up, all we have to do is check that it's not the first item. So we can actually do current item greater than 0, because yeah. Yes, there we go, great minds. So yeah, current item greater than 0, then let's give it a go. So what we need to do is actually, we don't even need to do that. No, we don't need to do that, because whenever we click on an entry, we're doing the set current item thing. There we go. When we click on an entry, that's fine. So what we need to do is we need to get our entry details, like basically your node stuff, and we're going to copy them out and copy them back in again. Or no, dot. It's going to call it temp buff, because buffer is a thing, a graphics thing. List item is the type, so that's the same. That matches. That's the same new type. That's the same struct as what's in the actual list, which is cool. If current item greater than 0, then we know we're not the first entry, and therefore we can go and move it down. So what we'll do is we will just basically navigate. So we're already at the entry. We're already looking at the list in list items. So let's see. There's another command that doesn't exist in Blitz 2, but copy type basically just does a mem copy of the size of the new type from one to another. It's a nice, neat way of doing it. If you're in Blitz, you can do a mem copy with the pointers to the types, or you can manually go through and just copy each individual field. Either way, it works. But doing a mem copy is probably the quickest, or the copy type, which is a mem copy internally. Copy type, and that is source is list items temp buff. Okay, so now temp buff contains the current item. So if next item, oh no, Oh, I'm doing this backwards. I was trying to copy down the way. So, oh yeah, no, that's not going to work. It would work if it was a single, if it was a static array, but okay, so we need 2 buffers. Am I right? Well, that's what I'm doing. Swap with selected and selected -1. Yeah, but there's no command for just swapping them, so you need to do it by hand effectively. So yeah, so just copy one out, copy the other one back in. So copy type list items temp buffer. If so, we have to make sure that we do actually have a prev item. We know we do, but we just do it anyway. If previous item. Yeah, no. If you copy type list items, that references the current item in the list, not the whole list. So, list items, when you've got a list array without any index in the brackets, it refers to the whole array when you're talking about importing it into a function or something like that, but it doesn't refer to the whole array when you're actually dealing with the information. If that makes sense. So it's the same up here. So list items \name. It's treated as basically as a variable, a single variable. It's just whatever the current variable is, the current of that type that's pointed to. So yeah, so it's treated as a pointer there and there, but it's treated as the list when you're talking about importing it into a function or procedure. If that makes sense. If previous item, list items. And then we will do copy type temp buff. Temp buff 1. Oh no. No. List items. Temporary buffer 2. And then copy type list items. So now temp of 2 has the other one, and then list items. But what we should be doing is change list. So we do that to start with. So we detach our list, and then after this one, sorry, we re-enable it. Oh, need to do that. And so that should be it for moving up the way. Let's give it a go. It works, but the enabled pointer, or the selected item isn't moving. So let's update that as the last thing, and then do we have a separate item, or do we just set the properties? Commands Set highlight. Yeah, GT set highlight. You can specify -1. We don't need that. GT set highlight. Current item. So we go with -1 from that. It's right in it, and then value, yeah, G. And the last thing we should do is GT next item. Rob. Very generous. Thank you very much for that. Cheers, Rob. Thanks for joining me, and good night. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, have a good one, and talk to you soon. Copy item. Previous item. Temp buff 2. You can't do prev item like that. You know, there's no internal buffer of that, so you only have the current item. There's no sort of trail to follow like that, so you can't really do that. So what we have to do is the simplest way is just to we'll do it properly. So now we're at the previous item. That should be it. 10. Nice. So that's all still working. So let's move entry 10 up. There we go. Yeah, that's all working fine. And then we can see that the numbers are still matching up. So 550, 10, 165. Yeah, so all the internal information is all still intact. There we go. So that's up. So now we just do the same thing for down. Basically, it's kind of the same thing, isn't it? Although we don't have a count of the number of items. We could keep count. We could keep count, but we don't need to. What we'll do is we'll just copy it over, and then we'll see. And if there isn't an extra item, then there's no point in moving it down. Look. Am I right in saying that? If previous item, if next item. So there's an item further down the list. So the same would apply actually above. So we don't, Well, I have to be careful here, because if there's no selected item, next item will move to the first item. So we still need if, or yeah. We still need to have that there just as a safety, because you kind of think, well, why would anyone try to move an item that doesn't exist? People will do it. People will click buttons even when they're not relevant or they shouldn't. And like, why did you do that? You can also disable the gadgets, but to prevent them from being clicked. But there's no harm in making it robust. So So we've copied that to the temp buffer. So next item, we move down, copy that to buffer 2, copy buffer 1 to the list. And so we move back to the previous item. And then to the next item. Current item plus 1. Is that right? Let's see. Yeah, there we go. And it's still coherent. All the data is still intact. Down. Cool. It's working. Yeah, I like it. I like it. There we go. Okay, so our list view is working. Oh yeah, now add and delete, add and delete. Okay. So add. Should be simple enough. We have, again, we don't check if current item -1 if. So add item is similar to the other things, like it returns true or false whether the memory can be allocated for it. But here's the thing, if you add item list items, if you add that, the memory doesn't get allocated, what happens? Yeah, it's fine, nothing gets added. But add item adds at the current position. So if your current position is 0, does it push everything else down or does it add after the current item? Let's see. After the list array's current item. So it adds one below. That's awkward. So what we have to do is if the list is completely empty, add item will add the first item, but after that it will add after the current item. So if you keep on doing add item, it will add the last item onto the list. So we need to figure out well, hold on a second. Dummy. It should be as simple as that, because if there are no items, then this will fail, but it'll return false, and that's fine. If there's a special case for the zeroth item. So you know what, it's simpler to just leave it to add after. Okay, let's just add it after the current item. Yeah, it's simpler to do that, just, well, you know, because we're probably running out of time here. If add item, and let's GT change list. Add item. Magic. Just put a random number in there. GT change list. And we'll just move the pointer down 1. Isn't that right? That should be it. So after entry 18, new entry. New entry after item 30, new entry. 30. Yeah, and we get a random value for that. Random values. Yeah, there we go. So that works as well. New entry, we can do that. We can change that as well. And now we can move that up and down. Yeah, all working. And the last one is delete. Should be simple as well. Case delete. Oh, what's it called? Kill item. If kill item. Oh, I don't know what the behavior's like here, so let's just see what happens there. Oh. Function does not support a return value. Oh, kill item is not a function. Okay, so it will always be successful to delete an item, so we have to be careful here. So we do our usual thing. So if we have an item selected, let's delete it. Kill item. Oh yeah, okay, because it's not a function, it doesn't have it doesn't have brackets. See? Let's get rid of 10. Entry 11, entry 9. All our data is intact. Delete, 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 delete. Yeah. Oh. What happened there? Let's see. No. Current item. Why? Current item is 9. Oh. Shit. Were we on current item? Let's see what happens. 10. Oh, I think it might be not updating the highlight. So, delete. Yeah. So what's happened is the highlighted item is not getting updated. Current item -1. Just just to explain, this current item -1 is the same as current item equals current item -1. So it's the same as in C you do current item minus minus. So it's a decrement. But in Basic you can do whatever numbers you want. You can do current item -5 and it will work. But current item -1 is just take one away from that variable. Yeah, so it's, yeah, basically it's a decremented current item +1 is increment. Just in case that wasn't that clear. That's kind of like a Blitz specific shortcut. Okay, current item -1. And then we just set our highlight, copy that line. Let's see if that works now without crashing out on me. 4. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. All working. Ah. So, there we have it. Hey, George. George, yes, you are too late. You're too late. I've just got this working. I've been working on a list view gadget, which is a little bit more complicated than your average gadget, and how to use that in Blitz Basics. So it's working quite well. We can do all the kind of stuff. Oh, there's terrible fires. They're all turning up so fucking late. So late. Drink. Cheers. Sláinte. Oh, I didn't realize you were streaming. Were you playing? You were playing Doom, were you? Or Doom 3? Walker out. George there streams Amiga stuff. He streams OS4 stuff in particular, and some coding stuff. It was yeah, it's good stuff to watch. Both the games and the development stuff. There we go. OS4 gaming nights. Ah, yes. Is the cure still here? No, Rob Smith has gone. He went to bed there a little while ago. Sorry to sorry about that. Excuse me. I'm drinking this miscellaneous alcohol, which I got. We won in the holiday camp. It's pear cider, and it's quite tasty. And sure we'll have another one, seeing as people have just arrived. I was going to call it there, but let's do a little bit more. Fuck it. Sure, it's the last day of the holidays for me. What could possibly go wrong when I have to go in? I have my quarterly review tomorrow as well. Or is it? No, it's just like a one-to-one thing tomorrow. Yeah, even if it's shit alcohol, I'm still going to drink it. And it is shit alcohol. But it's fine. It's fine. It is sweet and sugary and cidery, and it'll do the job. It's summery. So, cheers guys, welcome in. So, what I've done here, I was talking about you earlier, Terrible Fire, about how much you hate Amiga OS. And how much I like it. But yeah, so doing some OS coding. Here we have a list view gadget. It is all working, as in we've got this little text gadget down here that updates automatically. It's quite cool. Scroll wheel works. You can click an entry, you can edit it, and it edits the list. You can move it up and down, you can move it through like that. You can add entries, you can delete entries. There you go. Yeah, you might have a point there, George. Let me see. 6.8%. Is not that useless, to be fair. Suitable for vegetarians, vegans, and celiacs. For ingredients, see the web address. That's slightly worrying. Ooh, sort entries. There's an idea now. Ooh. I like it. I like it. I have a load of things to fix. Yeah, intuition is very cool, to be fair. And there are things that I miss so much when I'm using another OS, like, you know, being able to highlight a window and not have this one automatically disappear into the background. You know, so you can double click to bring windows to the front. That's one of the big things for me. But this is GAD Tools, which is quite nice and efficient and super lean and stuff like that. It's also a bit primitive. And when you resize a window, it doesn't resize the contents, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, it's not great. Yes, and there's a patch you can get for Windows that does the same thing. It gives you a little pin up here, and you can click it to keep a window at the top. But yeah, does it let you double click to override that? That's the thing. Sure, well, all window managers in the 90s were appalling, to be fair. Windows 95 was pretty dirt as well. Yeah. Yeah, there were some... I think I started using Linux in the early 2000s, and there were some good things that were coming in then that I liked. Just the desktop managers and window managers and stuff like that. They were starting to grow into themselves, if you like. But anyways, yeah, so what were we going to do? There were a few other things we need to fix. Oh yeah, so what we have is we have our list view. Things like that are working. We don't have a sort. We have these random buttons that I didn't really have a function for. Oh, yeah. The original, this stream was originally because of a request that someone put in. Someone sent me a message saying they wanted, to be able to list a directory and have gadgets that acted on the directory. So I've made random entries, like, these aren't, I just generate these on the fly. They're not a real world values for anything. But to traverse a directory or something like that, I'd need to is a whole separate chunk of code, and we can do that. But the ad doesn't really make any sense then. But sure, anyway, it is what it is. But yeah, so yeah, I know, I see that as quite the limitation. But here's the thing. What annoys me even more, or not, it was something I always loved about the Amiga, is how kind of abstract the device names and stuff are. So they're kind of, it's quite orthogonal in that you've got your DF0, DH0, CC0, CF0, all that. They're the first drives, but you can name them whatever you want. But now and the name doesn't really mean anything other than being an indication of what that device does, or what whatever you call it, like. But you can rename them whatever you want, but you cannot do that for the for the super floppy driver that's in OS 3.2. The last, it's very annoying, and it's like, I've always liked that compared to where in Windows and stuff like that you've got C and D and E, and in Linux is a bit nicer, it's SD0, SD1, SD2 and stuff like that. But they're kind of fixed, whereas in Amiga OS they're just arbitrary, and you can name them whatever you want. But in OS 3.2, the compact flash reader, or no, what was it called? The big floppy driver. You now have to give the last letter defines the partition. So if you've got a zip drive, so it has to be zip not A, zip not B, zip not C, and basically it's a combination of the Amiga system. Which, okay, yeah, if you have two partitions that have the same name, it's fine. That shouldn't happen unless you're an idiot, to be fair. Because HD2Box will give them different names, even if they're different drives and stuff like that. It'll do not_not. Oh no, that's actually, sorry, you're right. That's the file system that does that, or the driver. But anyways, super floppy things. The letter at the end defines the partition. Yeah, you do. You do DH0_1, DH0_2. That's what it is. But it's the device driver that has to do that, as far as I remember now. It finds them when it tries to mount DH0. it will see there's already a DH0 and it will mount. It should redefine that DH0_0. But yeah, I think that is a device driver level thing. But yeah, the super floppy one, that annoys the hell out of me because it's a user level setting almost. Like if I want to name the zip drive ZP0, I can't do that anymore. Now it has to be ZP0A because that's the first partition, and ZP0B is the second partition. That's kind of annoying. And I think that's it anyway. I've never actually done it, to be honest, but it rankled me when I saw that. I was like, oh no, this is like, it feels very tacked on because it's at odds with everything else so far for the last 40 years. But yeah. But anyways, yeah, here we are, Intuition, and this is working quite well, but it's very primitive and it doesn't do the resizing. So what'll I do now? Will I populate this with a list of file names, or will I resize the gadgets? And do it that, deal with that kind of end of things. What say you guys? Do. Oh yeah, fair enough, right? Well, thanks Javier for joining us. Yeah, good night. Appreciate your company as always, and yeah, thanks for joining in. Thanks for the questions, and yeah, all good. And I'll keep the font slightly big for you the next time as well. So, well, what I'll do is I'll do some of the gadget resizing stuff. So at the moment, all the gadget sizes are hard coded. Thank you very much. And I'll do the second part of this, I'm sure, at some point, because there's a lot more to do. Yeah, tell me about it. I'm gonna be paying for this tomorrow, I know it. Right, so all our gadget sizes are hard coded here. Now what they do is they initially take into account the size of the window. We did that earlier in the stream, so at least they match regarding window border sizes and things like that, because they're not guaranteed. They were guaranteed in like OS 1, but since OS 2 and you can choose different fonts and stuff like that, they haven't been guaranteed. But often where, like, you could, so much software is written assuming that the top window border is 11 pixels, because you've got 8 pixels of topaz and 1 pixel above, then white for the border, and 2 pixels below, and then black for the border. So much software is written like that. It's just hard coded for 11 pixel borders. It's quite annoying. And so at the moment, this software is in that category. But what we'll do is we're going to take this code here, and we're going to put that in a function for redrawing the window, for drawing the gadgets in the window. Because the thing is with GAD tools is that once a gadget is created, you go and draw the gadget inside the window. Yeah, GAD tools doesn't resize gadgets. It can't do it. It doesn't know how to do it. It doesn't deal with that. So what you have to do is you have to basically free the gadgets list, the GAD tools list, the GT list, and then recreate it. And that's basically it. So so at the moment, so basically you define the gadgets. They have no concept of the size of the window. So if you do that, that's fine. It all looks beautiful. If I resize the window, not only is it not redrawing it, but the actual contents are kind of missing. And there are various issues like that, like you look at overdrawing the window border and things like that. So it's not great. Yes, that is true. Reaction is much better at that because it's a more modern way of doing things, as in you define in Reaction, and it's the same with MUI, you define your gadget relationships, but you don't define their absolute locations or anything like that, and that's the more modern way of doing it. That's how it should be done, to be fair. But it makes GAD tools super lightweight, and that's the intention. Now, Blitz Basic doesn't support Reaction. You can use it if you access the library in the same way as you do in C, but because there's so much code like that involved, you might as well write the whole thing in C. And it's easier then. It's just there's less messing because pointers are slightly funky in Blitz. They're not always the same. They don't always work the same way. So, but MUI or MUI, depending on your persuasion, that is supported in Blitz, and it does work very well, and it all just resizes itself automatically. You just define, okay, these two gadgets are across the bottom and these two gadgets across the top, and this one stretches in the middle, and that's how you define it basically, and it just works, and it resizes, does all that stuff for you. But GAD Tools doesn't, and so we're seeing as we're doing GAD Tools today, I'll go into that a little bit now. So we've got GT New, okay, that has to stay, so we're going to move that out of what we're doing here. GT New Look prop on. What that does is that gives it the OS3 look, because when we started it first, the list view gadget, the scroll bar had two, let's say the handle and the container were both the same color, so you couldn't see where the scroll bar was, and that's because it was set to OS2 colors, and so you need to do this to turn on OS3 colors. There's a similar one for menus. I'm not touching menus at the moment. So let's get rid of this code here and put it in a function or a statement rather. The difference between a function and a statement is that a function returns a value, but syntactically they're basically the same thing. The only thing is that unlike C, in Blitz you have to explicitly say which it is. Okay, so now we've got these two variables, inner width and inner height. I'm going to import them from outside. Whoa. And so I'm just going to put them on as globals, or not as globals, but I'm going to define them out here just because they might be used elsewhere. So gadget width 4. So the gadget width is the width of the two gadgets at the bottom of the window, and gadget width 4 is the width of the 4 gadgets. Yeah, this is yeah. Okay, and so what we have is so what we do is we recalculate our inner width and inner height. Or we get new values for inner width and inner height, and the inner width and inner height return the kind of the gray space area of a window, so inside the border. So you don't need to worry about calculating the border heights and things like that. Inner width and inner height just do that for you. Gadget width, gadget height are calculated based on that. Let's move those over a little bit, and then GT address, GT string. Oh yeah, and so we're redefining that. So that's our string gadget. We're getting the address for that, and we're tying that to the list view, and that's how it automatically updates, and it's tied. It automatically sizes itself, so we actually don't need to worry about that. We can make that any size we want, and it just works. But the list view size and all the sizes of the gadgets need to be redone, and then we attach it to the window. So that's fine. That's fine. And then we just draw a window there, and this should produce exactly this. Oh, of course it doesn't. List items. Ah, yes. Okay, so list items is the list, the dynamic list of items in the list view for gadget. So that's a variable, so we give it the brackets and we tell it, and it's exactly, it's working fine. Grand. Excellent. Delete, delete, delete. Yeah, that's working fine. Cool. So we're back where we were. Now, where are our events? So our events are here. IDCMP new size. So Windows was resized. So when that happens, we need to detach GT list 0. So we remove GT list from its window, and then we free it as an object, free GT list 0, and then that should be it. Fingers crossed. That's all fine, working fine, happy. There we go. Oh, nope. It's not erasing the window. Ah, yeah. Windows CLS. Oh, the good old CLS command. Do you remember that? I am in... I was going to say I'm an Atari guy, so the CLS command didn't really feature. But, to be fair, the Commodore 64 didn't have a CLS command either. Or did it? Which one was the print CHR string 147? One of them, either the Atari or the Commodore, has print CHR string 147, and 147 was the clear screen character. So it was a terminal, you know. So there was a home and clear character, and you just had to print that. But when you don't know that, it's like, fuck's sake, I have to just print hundreds of lines to get a clear screen. Oh Jesus, that's ingrained now. CHR string 147. Oh, I'm gonna have to Google that. It's either Commodore or Atari Basic. Commodore Basic, CHR string 147. On the Atari, yes, on the Atari you used an escape character to do the same thing. So you did escape, and there was a clear screen button. Yeah, it was like base. It was one of these kind of like, in all the books about programming and about BASIC, they all had CLS in it. And then I started off in Atari 8-bit, and like CLS doesn't understand what the fuck CLS is. And then all my friends' Commodore 64s, and there were a lot of them, none of them could do it either. I'm like, what the fuck? But in some of the programming books, it had, you know, this is the standard Microsoft Basic, and then for C64 sub in this instead, and for, you know, different computers you sub in this and that. They didn't have for Atari computer sub in this, because Atari Basic was so different, it never worked. It just wasn't worth doing. Yeah, it was part of the standard Basic spec. It just, they didn't include it because they used printable characters instead for it. Anyways, yeah, there you go. So WCLS clears the window. Oh. Also clears the border. Well, that's fucking great. Excuse the language. Is it inner CLS? I think that's the one. Inner CLS. think that's it. Yeah, there we go. Better. Anyways, now, there we go. It's resizing, except for a couple of issues. Oh, shit. Couple of issues being that gadgets overextend their... Yeah, exactly. You need to prevent the window getting too narrow. So the window has min size of whatever. Now you do set the min size. There are a couple of issues. When you downsize, inner CLS only clears the inside of the window, not the border. Oh, there was a workaround for this and I can't remember what it is. But yeah, you can set your min and max dimensions. We'll do that now, just for pig iron. So new look prop, and then window limits. Is it? No, it's part of the Windows lib. Contents. Oh. W size. Size limits. There we go. Oh, wrong button. Size limits. Size limits. Minimum width 100. I think that's the biggest a window can get. It's not going to go anywhere near then anyway. And... but still. Oh, that feels like it's smaller than 100 pixels. Size limits. Yeah. To be fair, the size limits for things like that are basically 16-bit words. I think we're okay for a good while yet. But we're gonna have other issues before 2063, I'm sure. Mortality issues and things like that. But anyways, I think the largest size that a bitmap can be is 16384 pixels. Oh no, it's 30, or is it 32768? I can't remember, but like, given when the API was created, it's a surprisingly forward-looking limit. But anyways, yeah, that's now what? Let me read the docs for that. After any new windows opened. Okay, so that has to go before the window item. So let's move that up here. Nope, still being stupid. Stupid. Why is that? Yeah. Maybe indeed. Well, they should be using OS 5 by then. Fuck it. I've got that much left. Let's finish it. Shouldn't you define which window this is for? Well, no, because basically, well, according to the documentation, this affects any windows created after that command. So that's how it works. You set that command. It's like, see, add IDCMP is the same idea. So what you do is, like, when you create a window, it has certain default values. It's basically to simplify things in a basic kind of way. Yes, that's the plan. I will, that's tomorrow Rob's problem. And yes, I'll be cursing you all tomorrow. But so yeah, so basically this is modifying the default values. So every window that's created afterwards should inherit these default values, but I don't know why it's not working. Size limits, min width, min height, max width. What am I missing here? Sets the limits that any new windows can be sized to with the sizing gadget. After calling this statement, any new windows will have these limits imposed upon them on them. Width 50. Okay, that goes thinner. Maybe that is 100. Okay, maybe it was working all along. 200. That's 200. Okay, right. Width is 300 by default. Let's make it 400 by default and say the limit is 300. Well, there we go. It's still, yeah, there's still an issue with the window. I can't remember the workaround for that. Basically, it is still fine. It's redrawing the window properly, other than overwriting the border. Yeah, yeah. I think low-res people can suck it. If you're dealing with such low resolutions these days, yeah. Let me see. Why? Because I opened that window and I couldn't make it any smaller. Let me see. Windows X. Oh, that's the X value. That's the width there. So let's open it 200 pixels across, 400 pixels wide. There we go. And there we go. Although it's still overriding the border. So inner CLS isn't really doing what we want, and we need to limit the height as well. Whoa. Size limits 300, 200. That's better. That'll do. Okay, now the thing is that you can probably calculate that based on the font, and this was something that was asked earlier. Oh, no, that's buggy because it's adding entries that are already there. Or it's oh, I see what's happening. It's adding to the end of the list, because the list is full, but there's no entry selected. Okay. Let's fix that. How wide would this character be? Oh yeah. Is it using the actual? There's an OS function for that, where you pass it a string and a pointer to a font and it calculates it all out for you. Did you use that, or did you do it brute force it? Add item. So let's fix this bug anyway. So add item. Okay, so what we need is a separate case here for if equal to -1, which means there's no selected item. We set the pointer back to the very start, and that should add an item. Okay. So, but you're brute forcing it based on the font. So you wrote your own function for it basically. Because there is an OS function. I can't remember where it is, but you pass it a pointer to the font and a pointer to the string, and it returns the length of it. I'm nearly sure. I'm not nearly sure. I'm 100% sure. I've used it before. Reset item, list item. So what this does is this resets the pointer back to null. So there are no. Oh, I see. I was wondering like why that was it. Yeah, fair enough. So I was wondering what was going on there. So this resets the pointer, so there's no current item. So it should add at the very start if there are no items selected, but there are items in the list. Add. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's fine. That's more like what we expected. Yeah, okay, fine. Grant. Happy days. Happy days. Okay. And the thing is as well, I suppose if you're doing it that way, you're loading in the font file yourself, parsing the font file yourself, and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so from an OS friendly point of view, you're not actually doing any of that stuff. You're just saying, I want to use this font. So and that's your involvement. Actually, we'll probably be doing a bit of that in the next stream, because if you look at the window, it's still using Topaz for everything, because that's the default, and so everything's calculated based on that. List view tabs. Okay, so yeah, that's fair. And like Hoff and Demo Scene TV were saying earlier, you know, it's or especially Hoff, was like first thing he does is kill the OS. so all the font loading routines and all the DOS routines out the window, which is fine, absolutely fine. And that is like I said, I like massive kudos for you know, for basically I consider that kind of like Iron Man mode. It's funny. I'm funny, I think, because I like the constraints of the Amiga in a way, but at the same time I like the comfort of having the OS functions there to do some nice things, like calculating the width of a font and stuff like that. It's nice to have it there. Anyways, right, so yeah, at some point I will be updating Topaz, because that uses Topaz by default, to use whatever the screen font is, which will make it more it'll look nicer, but it means more dealing with gadget text being too big to fit in gadgets and the overall window width and things like that. Something I'll something I will do in the next stream. So because the OS is almost exactly the same. Yeah, fair enough. I think someone should do a system-friendly demo. Where's that craziness? If I had the time, if someone would pay me to do my day job instead. A plan for a system-friendly demo. Ooh. Is this so it'll run on vampires? No, I figured that. Okay, what were we going to do here? So all our gadgets are resizing now. I can't remember what the trick is with the border. Oh, that's going to annoy me. I'll have to look that up. Let's ignore that for now. There, yeah. I have a funny feeling I've complained about this issue on a previous stream. I'm nearly sure of it. But anyways, what we need to do now is we need to look at... I think the next thing is the font size, actually. Oh, a bit of Star Wars. So, our font size, our actual font height, font width. Now, for this, we need to do things a little bit differently. So if we go up here, we see that all we're doing about the screen is, after this, we're basically assigning the workbench to a screen object ID. Now, to get the font, we need to look at the screen struct. So, structs screen. And this should give us a point to the font structure somewhere. Font. Text attribute. Okay, so to open a window or to use a screen for normal basic stuff, you literally just need a screen ID. So we have that there. That's all that does. But now what we want to do is let me think. Okay, so we've got two layers of things here. We've got Blitz Basic has its own object format. So you've got a screen ID of 0. Within that screen ID object, if you actually look at that, you've got various properties of the screen, including a pointer to the intuition screen. And I'm nearly sure the pointer to the intuition screen is 0. Is the first, it's the first field in that. So that being said, that should be it. So what we're doing is, that should be a pointer. Screen of type screen will be the result of looking at the address of screen 0 because it's the first field in the address structure. I can't remember if that will work for sure, but let's look at whoa, no, that's not what I wanted. Screen, the width, because that will be 720, I think, on this screen mode. Oh, I can't type anymore. It's that time of the night. With 720. Okay, so I have the right structure anyway. So that means what is it called? My text attribute font dot text attribute. It's equal to now. Like I said, pointers work slightly differently in Blitz Basic, so for people who are used to coding the OS in C, this is going to look horrible. But just trust me on it. I say trust me. I don't trust myself on it. So let's see what's in this structure. Okay, so Font names equals let's see if we've got it right. It's great crack, isn't it? It is kind of like no man's land between basic and C. Okay, let's give this a go, and this should give us topaz. Oh, Helvetica. Actually, sorry, yes, it should give us Helvetica. There we go. Okay, it's fine. It's safe. It's perfect. It's working. It's deadly. In the Irish sense rather than the literal sense. Okay, so oh, what happened there? Font Y size is equal to yes. Oh, VB6 was it wasn't the worst. it was not great, but it wasn't the worst. But yes, it is. It's kind of there's a steep cliff where you reach the edge of basic, and suddenly you're dealing in the system. Yeah. You know what? Actually, I'm just thinking. I didn't really do much in VB6. I did a bit back in the day, and yeah, to be fair, I didn't go that deep into it. Most of my Visual Basic was VB.net, which is actually not bad. It's all the .net stuff is the same stuff in a different syntax anyway, so it doesn't really make a huge difference. But anyway, so that's my text attribute backslash PA underscore Y size. Is it capital S? Yes, it is. Y size. So now, what? No, we're going to do this. Move that there. $15. Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember enough about it to be able to complain, to be fair. I only dabbled in VB6. You know what? My uni project, right? I started that in and it was a mixture. My dissertation was on a telescope that could track stars in the sky, and so this was the thing. I was given a telescope, fucking brilliant. Like, here's a telescope, automated. So I designed all the brackets and all the motor mounts and fitted stepper motors, built the stepper drivers, all that kind of stuff. And I was given a laptop that had only DOS on it. And so I was using QC, QuickC, for the code. And then the bloody thing broke. And so I started writing it again in VB6, and actually I didn't get very far. And so I ended up kind of quitting and just running the DOS thing in a terminal on Windows 95. Just the code I was working on originally, and I just kept with it because it was all working. Just this piece of shit laptop died on me. So yeah, I didn't do very much VB6, to be fair, but I do remember there was a plug-in that I had to get for running the parallel port to control this thing, and that was a bit shit to get burned on, actually. But I actually didn't use it that much, to be fair. It was when I was in work, it was all VB.net. When I was in work, in my previous job, it was VB.net. But anyways, there we go. This is looking like it picking up accurate information on the system font. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That makes a bit of sense. Yeah. But yeah, I just remember having awful hassle trying to add extra modules to it, and it was it was being shit, but I can't. Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember enough detail about it now. Okay, so we've got our font information now. So what we need to do is we need to use this font now. VB.net. Yeah. See, when I was in uni, they were. Yeah, that was after that. Well, no, it was 99, but they weren't using .net, and a lot of our stuff was kind of like a bit behind, or at least some of it felt a bit behind. Although when I say behind, I learned assembly on a 6809 in uni, which was pretty cool. I have to say, I enjoyed that a lot. And I remember one of the classes where they had to basically you had to make the buzzer beep when you press the button. It was a dev board. It was like a kind of a a single board computer thing with a 6809 on it, and we had to code it so that it would beep when you pressed a button. And I had that going in a bit. Like, we had this like 3-hour lab or something like that, and I had that going in 2 minutes or something, or 10 minutes, whatever. I can't remember. But by the end of that lab, I had it playing the Simpsons theme tune when you press the button. Yeah, I didn't get any extra points for that or anything. Bastards. but I really enjoyed the 6809. But yeah, they tended to be a bit behind with stuff like that. I think that laptop, that DOS laptop I had, like, it was a 286 laptop or a 386 laptop. It was something shit. Like, it was a monochrome monitor anyway, and it was awful. So there wasn't even the option of using VB.net. I think the intention was to tighten the specs, because we were using WinNT or I can't even remember what version of Linux it was, but we were using either Linux or WinNT that was fairly up to date. But for project stuff, we were given weird hardware. Yeah. Anyways, I didn't really mind it, to be fair. In general, that approach, and the 6809 was like nice. Anyways, right, so we've got this font. What we need to do now is we need to use that font. So to start using a font, we need to load the font in. So in TUI font number, again, we're just going to be using one font. So okay, so yeah, so it wasn't an option in 98.99. Load font F names and Y size. Use the word? Object name, object. Yeah, that would have been VB6 then. First, yeah. Or yeah, even earlier. But you know what? Quick C wasn't that bad, given the thing. I know it had its issues, but it had a decent editor on in DOS, and it had reasonable built-in help, which was quite cool. I can't remember the exact key combinations anymore, but it was a bit like this. You could highlight a word and press a button, and presumably F1 actually, or Shift F1 or something like that, and it would give you a help window, and it was it was quite reasonable for a DOS environment. Clippy is a different story altogether. So, yeah, fair enough. This is not giving me any help whatsoever. Speaking of online help, I can't remember how we use when we load a font. Let's try use. Oh. Yeah, and that was it. Okay, so now we have our font. We have our font. Problem is, this gadget, the font is too big for the gadget. So what we need to do is we need to resize the gadgets based on font Y size. So let's go to our gadget drawing routines, which are up here. No, there's a lot of stuff that is going to be fucked up by all this. So, use. So, gadget height is 16. So let's do. Instead of 16, FY size plus 8 plus 6. So, border 2 pixels font, 2 pixels border. Yeah. FY size 6. Let's do gadget Y. Oh, what's that? Dot E. Gadget Y size dot W. Gadget Y size. So, let's see how that looks. Nope. Gadget Y size. Why you mock me? Why you mock me? Because I didn't import FY size. So FY size was 0. Fuck's sake. Yeah, so what happened here is the compiler didn't warn me because I didn't turn on the warnings, because by default Blitz Basic doesn't do checks. It basically has implicit declarations of variables. So if you mistype a variable name, it just says, oh, you're using a new variable. I will set it up for you. So it's syntax. Now Blitz 2 doesn't support this, but Blitz 3 has I like syntax 2 because I like inline declaration. Okay, see now suddenly we're getting errors because they haven't been declared already. There we go. Okay, so now the buttons are reasonably sized for the font, but they're starting to kick off the edges of the windows and stuff like that. So now add use and reset. We're on the bottom, so inner height minus. So inner height is the height of the grey bit of the window. Inner height minus. So our gadgets are gadget Y size, and then we want a border of 5. And border 5. Inner height minus and the so that's inner height minus 41. Inner height minus 10. Inner height minus here. Jesus, I do know where copy and paste is. So you need to apply that to each of the gadgets, but at least now, so here we need to skip 2 sizes of gadgets minus a gap of 5 minus a gap of 5. So we've got 2 gaps of 5 there, and now they look good. So they look a nice even gaps everywhere, lovely, beautiful. It's like gapping panels on a car. Now we need to deal with the rest of the stuff. Attach GT list. Now, what I've forgotten about, actually, I just noticed it there, is the bevel box. The bevel box was a little divider line between the GT list and the gadgets. Inner height minus minus gadwise size times 2 minus 5, 10, 13. No, let's do 15 because that's the top of the line, and that's just a little kind of like embossed line, you know, a divider line that you often get in the windows. Let's see what that looks like. Can't see it because it's in the middle there somewhere. Okay, so actually let's have a look here. So the height of the list view has to take up the remaining space, which is 2 gadget widths plus 10, let's say, plus 5 plus 5, so plus 20, plus the height of this font here, or this gap here, which is the height of the font plus, let's just say it's 3 gadget heights plus 20, or plus 25. Inner height minus 70, so inner height minus minus 20. How's that look? That looks decent. Oh, now we've got our dividing line as well. Yeah. Oh, look at that, it's beautiful. Other than this is the last thing to fix now. That can do with an extra couple of pixels up there, actually. Actually, no, that's not. That's the Y position, which is fixed. So now it's leaving a gadget's worth of space at the top here. That looks all right. That spacing looks okay at the top. Maybe I'll add another pixel. Gadwise size plus 1. Yeah, that looks better. Now, this is the last bit here. Is this gadget down here? The rest of that gadget sizing is automatic. It's just annoying that the gadget font size, gadwise size, it doesn't really work like that. ID width, come on, height, no, x and y, width and height. The actual position is controlled by the list view itself, and so there we go. Boom, done. Sorted. Everything is lining up nicely, except for the border bloody fucking thing. There we go. It is nice. Now, the only thing left is to change the minimum value of the window to take into account the font widths of all these added together, because the gadget width shouldn't delete the longest thing there, the longest string, and the gadget width should be based on the minimum of that rather than an arbitrary 300 pixels or 400 pixels or something like that. So this is what we were talking about earlier. What is that routine for getting the font size it's in DOS.library. DOS.library. I'm nearly sure it's in DOS.library because it's slightly, I think it's, well, you would think it's in Intuition or something like that, but it feels, I think it's in like the wrong library, if you like. Fuck, I can't remember. Oh, come on. Sort by name. I would have thought, see, the thing is, I thought it was in FontLib, and that would make sense, but I don't think it is. I'm near sure it's in DOS library. Oh, it's going to make a liar out of me now. It's going to be in font library. Do I actually have the font lib? Okay, let's look at font lib. No, that's not actual font.library. Oh, I don't have access to font.library here. It's not exec. I'm nearly sure it's DOS. Even DOS.library has CLI. Get info IOR. Yeah. Graphics to library, maybe that's it. Ah, yes. Graphics to library. What happened to music? Music's fixed. Graphics to library. Yeah, that would make more sense, actually. Okay. Using font. Font extent. Get the font attributes. No. Text fit. Text fit. Ah, yes. Oh, you need the RAS port as well. Count characters that will fit. Oh, yeah, no. It was the other one. It was going the other way that I was looking for. Text length, I think it is. Raster length, it was text data. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. RAS port string account. Text length. Okay, so I'm going to make a function here just to get the okay. Blah. So, to make a little wrapper function for this, so text. What did I say it was? Text length. Okay. Text length. Let's see. Trying to work this through. Text length. RAS port. Okay, so we need our window RAS port. La 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 la. So let's make this into a function. Is it a window or is it this screen? Or it doesn't matter, it's a RASP port. It's whatever the RASP port is. My win. So that's a window struct. Let's see what that looks like. Actually, let's see. RASP port. Okay, so we've got a RASP port and a screen struct. No. Window. Yeah. Yeah, you have to start from the very top. Window port. Def type. I have to define it up here because you need to define the variables before they're used, and as far as this compiler is concerned, they're used up here. So let's get text length RASP port is what else do we need? String is text, but we need to give it the pointer to that, so it's... And then the characters in texts. That should be it, and I know I can combine those three into one line, but fuck it, I will do some... I'll leave it like that for troubleshooting purposes. String pixels. So let's see if that works. If it gives us a sensible value. Well, let's see if it even runs. Yeah, that's fine. Now, so we get our font value and print. So our window opens there. We draw the gadgets. Right, so yeah, so it's just packed in the same format. But that's kind of how a lot of these things work. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense to do it that way. Yeah. Is the music gone away again? I don't know, the player seems to be... Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Let's just do sanity check on this. Oh, no. This window. What the fuck is the cursor doing there? Hey, hooray. String pixels. So that's what we wanted. So that bracket. String pixels. Oh, it's in the window. 36, that sounds like a reasonable value for pixels wide for the word delete. Now the problem is the size limits doesn't take effect, that command, so I think we have to set it manually. So our window width has to be, let's get rid of this for a start. Oh no, we can still keep that. size limits, and then what does the window struct look like that has the min width in it? So am I, but this is the last thing I'm doing now is the min width. That's the one. And dun dun dun. So let's see. Oh, where was it? It's string pixels. And that should be that, and is equal to string width, and that'll be times 4, let's say, plus 20 for the gaps, 25 for the gaps. And then how much space padding do we want on each side of the gadget? 10. Nope, 40. Let's do it neatly like this. 10. So that means the minimum the window can be is, oh, that's the inner width. That's the inner width. Let's just do, okay, hard code it for 35 pixels. There we go. That's a beautiful thing. Oh no, that's wrong because it shouldn't be that close to the edge. So let's see that again. What's going on? Screen plus 10. Not screen width. String width plus 10. 5. So there should be 5 pixels either side. What's the window border width? That's the problem. Presume. Oh no, it's ignoring that. So actually, even setting the properties directly don't take effect on the window. But anyways, right, okay, close enough. Close enough. We have it working. We've got a few things to work out. We've got loading the directory listing, and this proper. We'll figure this out properly. Oh no, we're not in C now. There we go. And that'll do. Jesus, nearly 20 past 12. Let's give this a bit of a break. And right. Thank you very much, everyone. Right so, Ted. Good night, everyone. Good night, Turbo Fire. Good night, whoever else is left here. You crazy bastards staying up this late. Thank you, George. Good night. Let's see. Look, is there anyone on at all? Is there anyone on Twitch too? Thank you, Demoscene. Thank you very much for calling, and thank you for the subscription. Let's see if there's anyone streaming at the moment that can raid. Little raid for the morning time. Oh, Proton Fig. Let's go raid Proton Fig. Dum, dum, dum. And sure, okay, right, let's, oh, where's the button gone? Oh, they've changed the raid setup here. Okay, so let's go and raid Proton Fig. Who's doing some coding as usual, which is excellent. Okay, right. Good night, guys. Thank you very much, and I will talk to you soon. And where's that button?